Hey, everybody.
Hey, we have like a viewer and Anita, so
Hello, viewer.
it's Yorick who plays Captain in Fallout and will be joining our Conan game.
Oh, that guy.
Okay.
He's in the other Conan game, too. So. Hey, Eric.
I like the captain.
Last part, Uric.
Captain's awesome.
Alrighty, so as a reminder for last time, with winter approaching, you guys have decided that you need to get some coin to lay in some supplies to last out the winter. So you've taken this contract to rid an island of beast men and other creatures. Basically, three tiny little farming communities named Plusk, Mikov, and Tabrovar have kind of pooled their fairly meager resources to hire monster hunters. Um, it's not the most glamorous job in the world, but they do have coin, and they even gave you a good chunk of it up front. So you made your way to this island, Stoseska Island, in the middle of a fairly wide river. The island itself's not terribly big, more like a private island, like a deer island you would see in the rivers locally. But the current is fairly rapid, so you decided you would rather boat than try to make your way across the natural ford. You first landed at a small little jetty, uh, disembarked, and were waylaid by some very bestial creatures. And things went poorly.
Yeah, waylaid is a pretty tame term for what happened.
Yes, the dice gods decided to curse you all. I think we went, it was like 3 rounds back to back, with the only damage being Bismarck's automatic hitting things.
Yeah, pretty much. It was terrible.
It was very bad.
But you did manage to prevail, and decided discretion's the better part of valor. Made your way back to the little village of Plusk. The townspeople at first were somewhat excited to see you, thinking that you had accomplished your goal. And then that fairly quickly turned to a level of chagrin at realizing that perhaps you may not be worth the coin that they had paid.
And then we told them to shut the hell up.
Yes. You did find a local a wise woman in the village named Vasilina, who pawned off onto Sif a couple of potions of healing of dubious quality and freshness.
So, quote unquote potions of healing.
She says they are potions of healing.
Uh-huh.
And you decided to catch your breath, to have a rest. That was like 45 minutes of intense work for the day, and you decided that, you know what, maybe we'll just retire to the inn and have some stew and get some shut eye. During the evening, right around midnight, a little bit later than that, Bismarck, who was staying up because as a clockwork he doesn't actually need to sleep, noticed a thick green fog that seemed to permeate the island. So with that in mind, the party decided maybe we'll go to the island during the day, like we'll leave in morning, right after breakfast, sort of thing, rather than potentially being on this island when that fog rolls out. Your second journey, much more successful. You made it onto the jetty without incident. Did a little bit of searching around, found like a little bit of coin, and what appears to be a mirror of somewhat magical nature. Bismarck sensed a magical aura around it, but has not yet had a chance to experiment to see what it does. You made your way a little bit inland. Sif spotted a couple of like buildings through the forest. You decided to make for the closest one, which turned out to be a stables, like a ruined stables, obviously, and desperate need of some home maintenance. Jinx snuck up to it, and inside saw a couple of different types of fairy creatures. Some of them red caps, one of them a gremlin. And these fey creatures seem to have some human prisoners that they had in these little like wicker cages. And the red caps were basically cutting their feet with the soles of their feet with their razors and soaking the blood into their caps. Deciding that you weren't going to stand for this sort of thing, you rushed in and fairly handily dealt with them in a definite departure from your previous sojourn.
Just a smidgen, yeah.
And that is where we left off, with having dispatched the Fae, and you've got a couple of humans, a male and a female. Both of them look like they're probably in their late teens, in these wicker cages.
But don't look at me. I'm not going to deal with the humans.
What do you mean deal with them? We let them out.
But I mean, somebody has to talk to them. They're going to be scared of me, and they're probably going to be scared of you because you're grumpy all the time.
They can be scared of me if they want.
All right, but be my guest then. Whatever you like.
I'll cut them out of the wicker cages.
Okay. It's not hard. The cages aren't terribly sturdy. And they as they need help getting down, sort of thing. And as they do, they kind of wince and kind of fall to their knees because the soles of their feet have been like badly cut by razors. Thank you. I thought we were dead for sure.
Yeah, I have no doubt that those beasties would have killed you eventually.
It did seem likely.
Are you folks from around here?
Yeah, yes, we're from Plusk nearby. We were tending to some fishing baskets by the river when these creatures grabbed us.
Oh, those are yours. We were wondering. We found them. We're wondering who they belong to.
It's customary to leave offerings on the jetty to appease the spirits.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the spirits on this island need less appeasing and more ass kicking.
I agree.
Well, I'd heard some of the village elders say that they were going to be putting together some funds to hire people to do just that. So
Yeah, ungrateful sods.
They're fine. They're just scared.
Understandably.
Do we take them home and then come back, or do we?
I think that's probably a good idea, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they'll bring them home. I think would. Well, they got bloody feet because they've all been cut up, so they'll need some help. Plus, It'll make us look a little better when we come back with a big victory and a bunch of their citizens. Also, I kind of want to find out what part of the islands that people never go in, because I think that's where the dark spirits would probably be. The ones they leave gifts to on the jetty is probably not the one I'm looking for.
We don't go on the island at all. We just leave our offerings and then leave.
That's probably a good idea. This place sucks.
The island is infested with spirits.
Yeah, seems fairly obvious at this point. Can anybody do anything for the feet so that we can get them moving?
I was looking at that, and sadly, all my healing abilities only work on me.
Jinx would be able to bandage them up. She's got a medical kit, and she is actually a doctor.
Ah, good job. Alrighty then.
So drag them back, and then I mean, they still young, right? We got lots of time. You guys aren't tired already.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we'll get them rigged up here best we can with what we have available, and head back to the boat. Yeah.
Okay. It's not a terribly difficult journey to get back to the boat. Zoom out on my map some.
We're going to take them all the way, or just to the shore and make sure they get on their way okay?
Well, if we don't go back with them, then they'll have our boat, and we won't have a boat.
We're certainly getting them off the island, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their feet are all jacked up. I don't think they can.
Fair enough.
Walk back. We have to kind of.
We'll take them all the way back, and then we'll come back. It's not very far.
No, it's about 10-15 minutes, largely because it's a lot of fighting against the current.
We're getting used to doing that, though.
Yep. So you guys make your way back to the jetty. Your boat is still there. You do notice that there are a couple of other boats at the ruins of the boathouse that look like they're serviceable. It's entirely possible that it's what was used to snatch these folks in the first place.
I mean, if they could just take one of these boats and make it back, then they can float home. They don't have to walk.
We can do that if you'd prefer.
Not if they're rickety. We should take the boats, the other boats back, so that the fucking creatures on this island don't have boats. But we should take them back.
That's valid. And the poor people only have 2 feet, so.
Well, we definitely appreciate everything you've done, and we'll be sure to tell the people of the village.
That's a good thing, right?
I'd
Yes,
say so.
that would be appreciated.
It's certainly it's the least we can do. So you guys are making your way back across. I will need whoever is manning the boat to give me a strength ability check.
Can I give them the strength of the bear on that?
You can if you like.
Probably don't want to waste the spell, then.
All right, I'll wait then.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to camp when we get there. I think we're coming right back. Right?
That's the plan, yes.
Thagor's boat and machine.
All right. So Thagor just kind of puts us back into the oars, and you guys make it across the river. No incident. The current does seem to be fairly strong at this time of the day, but you managed to get to the shore. Are you taking them back to the village, or are you going to like angle the boat so that you're close to the village and they can just walk in themselves?
I think probably both.
Okay.
We'll get as close as we can with the boat and carry them the rest of the way.
All right. No problem. So yeah, so as you make your way back to the village, there is the looks of the villagers are like, oh, they've been gone an hour again. And then they see that you've got some very obviously injured people.
Yeah, you shut your face and get these people something to clean their wounds with.
And there's some shouts and cries, and people kind of running forward. You hear a couple of people, Draza, Laszlo, what happened? Very obviously like family members, and there's a little bit of a reunion, and the kind of the whole mood of the village is very different than when you came back yesterday. There's a lot of like thank you, there's a couple of people like, does this mean that the island is clean now? Is it finished?
Got so impatient. We're still working on it.
Not
We brought
quite
these
yet.
people back. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing them back and not bringing them into danger. That's very honorable of you.
I'm pretty sure I explained this is the process. There's steps to this. You have to do this and that, and the next thing, and then the other thing. Then eventually we'll come back and we'll say it's all done. Just give us a bit. Don't pressure us. We're stress averse.
Well, but at the very least, come in and have some lunch before you set out again.
You guys are seriously hungry already.
It is almost 11 o'clock.
How many times do you eat a day? Fine.
Most people
Sometimes
eat about 3,
Sometimes
if
4.
they can. Sometimes 1. It really depends.
Exhausting.
Sometimes.
How do you have time to do anything? Between your eating and your sleeping, it's like 3/4 of your day.
Yeah, that's about right.
Huh.
You really gotta work to pack it in.
Okay, time's ticking. Go, off your face. Let's go.
Yes, I suppose we could. Or if you have something we could take with us, we could get back to the island. So we can complete this before dark.
Oh, yes, certainly. And a couple of them like kind of go off to kind of make those arrangements at the little like roadside inn here. And before too long, probably 10-15 minutes, they come back with like a little bundle of like some still warm rolls and like some dried meats and things of that. Obviously, they can't send the stew or anything, but like a nice little picnic lunch for the haunted island.
Nice.
Ah, good.
This is lovely. Thank you. So we should get back to it.
That's what we're paid to do.
Whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Alrighty, so you get your little picnic lunch, hop in the boat, start making way across again. I will get somebody to give me a strength challenge roll. I didn't get a chance to do it before Dawn rolled last time, but anybody with a wilderness profession can do so with a boon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
I think your strength is still probably higher than mine.
I do have a wilderness profession.
So do I.
Yeah, I think we decided my highwayman was a wilderness profession.
And if not, you've spent enough time in the wilderness, so
True.
Oh, no. No. It starts.
Shouldn't have added the boon. Just cursed it.
and it starts.
Can
So
Sif
it
help out?
begins.
If she sees him struggling, Sif takes over the oars.
So Thagor's putting his back into it, and he's fighting a losing battle against the current, and you guys start drifting very, very much off course. Sif kind of like makes her way to kind of like grab the oars to kind of give a hand against this very strong current. But I am going to need everybody in the boat to make an agility check.
I don't float.
I made it of wood, so I do. Here, character.
If you just hit number C, it'll open it up for you.
Just says no active encounter, and C's not working.
Oh. Okay.
How about I do it off my character sheet, and I'll just roll in the chat.
Yep, that's fine.
It really does begin.
Agility 11. So I'm rolling what? D20?
Yep, D20 plus 1. Alrighty, so the boat does drift off course into some much stronger waters, and it rocks a bunch as like Sif and Thagor kind of get themselves situated to work in tandem against this current, but nobody falls overboard. There's a brief moment where Ruth is kind of like her arms are kind of pinwheeling, and it looks like she's about to go over. But then the boat kind of moves the right way. She kind of tumbles forward and manages to stay in the boat.
Woohoo! That was close.
Bismarck will lay very, very prone.
Sorry about that. Sorry. We're getting the hang of it.
All right, I'm back. I refreshed the screen. I'm back in.
So as you guys drift further and further down, I will need either Thagor or Sif to make a strength roll. You do have one bane because of the stronger currents, but one boon for wilderness profession and another boon for the assistant. So net one boon.
It's your turn this time, Sif.
Oh, God.
No pressure.
Yeah, right.
We definitely should have stopped for beer.
I don't think beer would have helped with this.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
Couldn't hurt.
So yeah, between Sif and Thagor, you guys do fight against the current, and you manage to beach your boat on the kind of the southwestern tip of the island.
Yikes. We are way off from where we had been. Nah, it's okay.
Yes, the current is very strong.
We'll pull the boat up on shore.
Yeah, don't forget where we parked.
Somebody should really build a bridge here.
To the island full of devils and assholes?
Yeah, I mean, after we kill them all, so we don't have to fall into the water. And I could be a country away by the time I washed up on shore. You people float. I sink. I just.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not very buoyant.
See, if you sink, you've got even less chance of being washed away.
I don't think that's how it works. There's probably current at the bottom too, and I'm really small. And
Do scorpions work like crabs? You just walk across the bottom and come back up to the shore?
You'd be able to grab the rocks.
Practice your scuttling.
let's stay on the dry land, right? Dry land's good. And then when you guys need a nap, I'll watch, and then you can eat, and then we can get back to doing what we're supposed to do.
Rough.
Righty. So yes, you guys are on a very kind of like marshy, like a marshy landing. There is a little bit of an embankment that goes up to the island itself. But yeah, the ground is like, it's not deep enough as a marsh that it's sinking in through the top of your boots, but it is wet enough that your feet are making that kind of like schluck 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 sound.
Well, I'm glad the entire walk isn't like this.
And where would you like to go to?
Should we start from the stable and go northeast?
There was another building by the stable, wasn't there?
All right, from where you were, you guys like went up from the jetty, kind of climbed a little embankment into the forest, saw some buildings kind of immediately ahead of you, and off to the right. You guys went immediately ahead of you, which was the stables, but now you have drifted very, very much off course.
But if we find the stables, we can use that as sort of a guide to know where we are.
Yes.
So from the stables, I think the next closest would have been the ruins that we could just see from the docks. They were northeast.
Yes, from the jetty that was northeast.
I mean, we might as well just make our way back to the stable.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. It's a landmark, right?
It'd be less damp than walking back around to the pier.
Inland's much better. Like, much prefer.
Farther from water.
Yeah, I
Yes.
imagine we get like challenge with negatives if we are trudging through mud combat.
So you guys start making your way, kind of make your way up this embankment, and it's a pretty hard scrabble for most of you, other than Bismarck, who can climb things like this pretty easily. It's steep enough that there's times when you have to get down on like your hands and knees and kind of pull yourself up by like some protruding roots and the like. But when you get up to the embankment, you can see a forest. Doesn't look like it's terribly far away.
Well,
So
if
the
I'm
stables should be just past it, yes?
Yes.
if I know my spirits, dark evil spirits, they're probably huddled around some sort of temple or graveyard type thing.
Do you know a lot of dark evil spirits?
Present company excluded? No. But I've read a few books.
I guess that'll make you the expert on it, sure.
He knows more about spirits than I do, then.
And everybody give me a perception check. I assume you're like walking and talking as you make your way towards the forest.
For sure.
Yep.
No boons or banes?
No. So, Bismarck and Ruthless, you both, as you're walking and talking, you hear a buzzing sound, a loud buzzing sound, uh, coming off to your right in the forest.
Bees?
That's strange.
Imagine
Oh.
Thagor and I are talking about some adventure we went on years ago.
Shh, shh, listen to this. Can you hear this?
What?
Listen.
And yeah,
You don't hear that?
as you guys all kind of like stop and everybody shh for a minute, you can hear the this buzzing sound.
Sounds like insects. Don't you think?
Either a very large insect or a whole bunch of small ones. Is insects on our to-do list, or
I don't think we were hired to kill bugs.
it could be some pestilent spirit that have bugs around it.
Can I tell if they're bugs or not?
Give me a intelligence check.
Any boon from being a freaking druid?
Yes.
Haha!
It's a good roll.
Yeah, with you think and you hear, and it's not bees. It sounds more like a large number of flies. And you realize that to be able to hear the buzzing at a distance where you can't see them, that's a lot of flies.
I think this is really bad news, guys.
What a shock.
Why?
Well,
Why?
either a woolly mammoth is rotting out there, and there's 100 million flies eating its carcass, or there's an unholy swarm of them buzzing around in there.
Could it be from the stable? I mean, the stable was a bit of a bloody mess.
No, I think this would be a lot more than that.
Oh. Oh.
Well, let's go around it then.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Everybody can give me agility check. You do have one boon because you're moving through the wilderness.
Nope.
You get a 4 with a boon?
Yeah, my agility's pretty bad.
So yeah, you guys kind of like skirt where you hear the sound. Bismarck makes all kinds of noise, but it doesn't seem to draw attention. But as you're kind of making your way around, you kind of you can't help yourself but kind of glance in that direction to see if anything's noticed you or if anything is coming towards you. And you see two like face down kind of bloated bodies and just like a swarm of flies around them. A large enough swarm that Ruth, you know that this is not a natural occurring swarm of flies.
Right.
That looks Nasty.
I'm trying to figure out how to dispel that, but I don't see anything in my character sheet that would work. And when we did it with the zombies, I had scrap paper to work with.
I mean, this is more of a druid thing than a wizard thing. Yeah, I just want to point that out. Yeah.
Yep, that's for sure.
All right then. Should we move on, or?
I think so. I mean, I figure the flies can't hurt me. If you wanted me to check it out, I could cast flowing form, and they wouldn't even hinder me.
That seems like a personal choice.
Yeah, I think let's move on. What's the best I can do? Spend a day here dispelling this horde of flies, or that's the best option. The worst option is these bloating corpses get up and attack us. Let's keep moving.
Come back to this particular problem in the future.
Yes, we can wait on that.
Excellent.
So you can continue on through the woods, kind of taking your time, trying to be as quiet as a multi-limbed clockwork creature can be. And you kind of come to the you find the stables, and you're like, okay, from the stables, there was something this way. So kind of following Sif's lead, you travel through the forest for a little while longer, and you come to what looks like the ruins of a small, like a small circle almost. You see like what may at one point have been some standing stones, long since fallen over or worn by weather. And atop one of the central stone is what looks like a deer skull with the antler still attached.
Well, can I tell if that's like a tribute to my particular god?
It very much is. The horned skull definitely symbolizes the horned king.
All right, so I will, guys. I'm gonna team. I'm gonna need a moment here, and I'm gonna start reassembling that circle, putting the upright, whatever's fallen over, put them back upright, and do whatever I can to either replace or at least do what I can with the limited amount of time I have to replace the things that are missing or just worn out.
Are you sure you should be touching that?
Well, we'll find out in a second, won't we? And when I'm done, I'll give like the prayer or whatever the blessing is for my God. Try to re-sanctify this particular ground.
So as you kind of move one of the pillars, this like very long, like probably about 2 foot long centipede, kind of like slithers by, takes a bite out of you.
Ouch.
What's your defense?
My defense is 12.
So yeah, so it basically its mandibles take a good sized chunk out of your flesh for 5 points of damage.
Ouch. My damage right now is 2. I don't see my health anywhere on my screen here. 7 damage now?
Yep.
But my health is normally 17.
Yep. And the rest of you watch as Ruth starts moving these rocks and stuff. She seems to have kicked up a not a hornet's nest, but definitely a centipede nest.
Like a nest, a whole pile of them.
Yeah, they seem to be kind of scurrying out, kind of like scurrying up her leg. There are a number of them.
Okay.
Give me half a sec here.
I hate those things.
At least they're not spiders.
Oh, well,
All
that's
right.
true. Yes, it's very true.
I wonder if this is some sort of druid ritual or something.
The circle.
Is this a? I can use this as a triggered action if these things are crawling up me. I can turn into a cloud of starlings and fly up to twice my speed without triggering free attacks.
You certainly can.
And that means I take half damage.
Okay.
So instead of 5, maybe 3.
It would be 2 because you round down.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what I'm doing. Suddenly, I burst apart into a flock of sparrows, and I into the air where those centipedes can't get me.
All right. So you see these things just kind of come like swarming out. Ruth basically goes like poof into a flock of birds, like flies back a bit and it reforms. And what would you guys like to do?
Probably initiative, right?
Yep, decide whether you would like to be fast or slow.
How big are they?
They're about a good 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet.
How many are they?
Okay.
There's half a dozen or so.
Okay. I want to kill them all, and so I can get back to resectifying this ground.
So Bismarck and Sif, you guys are both doing fast.
Yeah. I'm going to. We'll see if the curse is worn off. The flail. I'll try smacking one with a flail.
What? No archery?
Well, not yet. We'll see how the flail goes first. Yeah.
Oh, that is definitely a hit.
Oh, excellent.
Bismarck, do you have multi attacks on these things?
Next level, I'll have lots.
Okay.
So as these things kind of start swarming, and you do notice that they are ridiculously fast. But Sif manages to basically line up and kind of remembering her warrior training, aims at where it's going to be as opposed to where it is, and brings the flail down in like an arcing thump, and it just like splats underneath her the head of her flail.
Was that a lot of overkill?
Not a lot, no.
Okay, so they're fairly durable.
Bismarck.
I'm going to cast Arcane Armor. So pulls out his wand and whispers those words that come out of his chest that everybody hears but forgets as they hear them, and gives me a +2 to my defense for the next 4 hours.
Don't hurt me.
Those are great magic words.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah.
It's like, go fuck yourself. Oh, you forgot.
Not in the face, not in the face. All right, Ruthless and Thagor.
Thagor, why don't you go first? I'm reading something here. Okay.
Sure.
okay.
No worries. We'll try and smash it with the battle axe.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good smashing.
yep. So you get all of the damages.
All of the damages.
16 of the damages.
Nice.
All right. So yeah. So Thagor, you basically take a look at these things, and I mean, you're a dwarf. You're not terribly tall, so these things to you, like I said, they were like a good 2 feet long, and you're pretty sure that if they stood up on like their tail, they could almost look you in the eye, and you're just like, nope, enough of that, and you bring that battle axe down and just gonna cleave the centipede in half.
That'll make it harder for them.
Ruthless.
All right, I'm going to use Savage Recovery so I can get my damage back down to 0. But it means I attack with a Bane, and I'll be using my staff so I can try to keep a little bit of distance.
Okay.
Not this time.
Right, so you move up and you bring that staff around, but between trying to concentrate on healing yourself and swinging the staff, it's just a little too much. And these things they don't look very robust, but they are fast.
Right. So my healing rate is 4. My damage is 4. That brings me down to 0.
It does.
Awesome. Thank you. That was worth missing.
This centipede is going to attack Sif.
This is going to try to get out of the way. Not that it really matters.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go again.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Right.
There's no defense dodge thing.
You can defend as your action.
Oh, yeah, so much for that. I smushed one.
So this centipede, it drives itself right at Sif, and it kind of grabs onto her arm with its mandibles, and then very, very quick, it basically just burrows into her arm.
Oh God! Oh no, that's nasty. Ew. Sif starts yelling and shaking her arm and trying to brush it off, even though it's not gonna happen.
So I will need Sif to make a willpower check.
Oh. How much damage have I taken so far?
That was just one.
Just one. Oh God. Yeah, so much for that. Just a 9.
Right, so you will gain 1 point of insanity.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I too would be freaking out if a centipede a foot long just burrowed into my arm.
That's nasty.
Gross.
Fucking gross, man.
You're gonna have to amputate.
Good thing we had a
Burn
guy
it
with an
down.
axe.
Oh God, no.
Our medic's a doctor. Our medic is a goblin. Sorry.
I've got some basics medics. I'm not like cleric healer.
I've got a knife. We can probably dig it out.
Yeah, she's freaking out a little. For sure.
We understand.
Alrighty. Now that Tegan is here, we will very quickly do like a recap before we go on to the next round. So the party rescued the humans that you guys found in the cages. Found out that they were from one of the neighboring villages. They had come. Apparently, the people leave offerings on the jetty to the spirits of the island. While they were doing so, they got captured by these red cats and the gremlin. And the party decided, you know what, we'll be the nice guys. We'll take them back and earn some goodwill with the village. So they did, and the village was. Some of them were like, is it already done?
They are so impatient.
They are
Right.
very.
That's
impatient.
what I said.
Crazy impatient.
Killing takes a while, and we just brought them back civilians. Oh my goodness.
They could give us lunch though.
Yes, but the majority of the village is very thankful that you not only rescued these people but also brought them back as opposed to taking them into danger. So they offered you some lunch. It was decided to take some food to go. Made your way back across. Ended up way off course because of the strength of the current. And basically beached on the southwestern tip of the island. Made your way up a little embankment. Started making your way through the woods. Found a unnaturally large swarm of flies that everybody decided was going to be a tomorrow problem.
Or a never problem.
Or a never problem. Regardless, they scouted around this swarm of flies. Continuing on through the woods, found the stable, used that as a place to get their bearings, and struck off towards the other set of ruins that Sif had seen. Upon arrival at those ruins, it turns out that it is the remnants of a stone circle, a holy spot for the Horned King. A bunch of the stone markers were either badly weathered or had fallen over, but there is a intact deer skull with the antlers. Ruth immediately recognized this as something sacred to her, and decided to start to write some of the stones and see what she could do to make this right. Which is when a bunch of 18-inch, 24-inch long centipedes who had apparently been disturbed, kind of like came out of the ground, out of the nest, and one of them has now basically buried itself into Sif.
Even hearing about it grosses me out. Oh.
But with that, everybody can decide if they would like to be fast or slow.
Is defense any kind of a specific, like, can it only be done on slow, or?
No, the only
I mean,
difference.
not that there's much now, but
The only difference between fast and slow turns is fast, you're either moving or doing a thing, and slow is you're moving and doing a thing.
Okay. And if I'm on fast, I can still use triggered actions. This is a separate action?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I see that thing that burrowed into her arm, or is it gone?
You can see like a bulge moving through her arm as it goes up her upper arm.
oh,
And
This is very mummy.
and into her torso.
That thing's gotta go. This is gonna suck. I'm sorry.
Quick, suck out the poison!
All right. So we have Bismarck, Ruthless, Sif, and Thagor all on fast actions.
It is so nasty. Somebody else can go before me.
I'll go last, just because I don't want to shoot the Sif until I have to.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Bear Spirit into Sif.
Okay.
I smushed me another stinking bug for 15 points of damage.
Alrighty.
If you scroll up in the chat, there Bear Spirit's there for you, Sif.
Perfect. There it is. All right. So you gain +5 to your health, and you make strength attack rolls and challenge rolls with 1 boon.
You might need it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking that I might.
If you grunt hard enough, you can push that little bug right out.
I don't think that's how it works.
Just giving you a little strength and constitution, that's all.
You just gotta push really hard with your everything.
Sorry, it was +5 health, +1 boon.
Yep.
This isn't Lamaze.
Breeze!
It could be.
Oh, God.
I'm not a doctor.
All right. So that will leave us with Sif and Bismarck.
Try first, Sif.
One sec, I'll be right back.
Oh, Sif is just panicking, trying to get this thing, like trying to somehow shove from the surface down her arm.
You're already flailing. You're halfway there.
Yeah, right.
More flail jokes.
If not now, when?
Other than that, she's just kind of stumbling back a bit away from the nest. She's not actually taking any kind of attack this turn.
All right.
Busy shouting, "Get it out! Get it out!" Aliens
she-
flashbacks.
Can she attack the bug? Like try to push it out?
She cannot actually.
Oh.
Um,
Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, these things are very, very fast. So is Sif withdrawing as she backs up, or is she just concentrating on getting away?
Difference being,
If you withdraw, they do not get free attacks.
I would like to withdraw.
So you're gonna back away, kind of staring at your arm, and you can feel this thing moving inside you.
Oh, she's like batting at it. Not that it's gonna do any good, but she's just hitting herself. But yeah, just
Bismarck, you are up.
So this effect that the centipede's causing, is that disease, fatigued, impaired, or poisoned?
Sorry about that, I'm back.
For the purposes of using cure?
Welcome back.
I'll say she is impaired while she has it in her, so I'll say yes.
So if I use cure, I could force it out, kind of deal.
Yes.
All right, I will
Excellent.
use cure. And with the wand glowing, a radiant, this is life magic, so like a radiant white, yellow, he'll speak those words that no one remembers and jab her arm with the wand and try to force that beastie out.
So Sif, when you back up, where are you backing up to?
Just stay within reach.
You were there.
Ah, there she is. Probably back here.
All right.
Back toward the edge of the dunes.
Gotcha. All right. So Bismarck will have to move in order to cast.
Okay, so my action will be to move, and I will tell her to stay still. And if it gets a free attack when I move. But we got to get this thing out of her. So. That's a hit.
All right. So that is going to be 4 damage to Bismarck. And oddly enough, it like finds a weak spot in your armor, and it burrows into your metallic casing.
What? Oh, that's not good.
I can't imagine it's going to find you very tasty.
Right, that one has nobody to attack, so it is going to move. That is only going to be like a 12 against Thagor.
Nope. No, thank you. Do not want.
That is going to be an 18 against Ruth.
Ruth is out. Unless she can do something in reflex here.
No, 18 to hit.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Only 1 point of damage, and it like bites onto you, and you can feel it kind of wiggling, and you can like grab it by the tail and throw it to the ground before it gets in.
Excellent.
Oh, gross.
I guess if it goes into metal, it can go into wood.
Right. Oh, I totally forgot. I had added Jinx to the combat tracker. What would Jinx like to do as all this shit is happening?
All right. So Sif still got a thing in her, or has that been taken care of?
No, she still has it in her.
And she's yelling like she wants it out. So.
Oh yeah,
and flailing.
And
Yes.
flailing. Do you want me to cut it out?
Yes, get it out, get it out!
So, I mean, obviously, I'm probably going to damage her doing this, but I do have daggers, so I figure, kind of like they do in the Mummy, try to stab it out, try to cut it out.
See, that's what I said, and everybody laughed at me.
You can certainly try.
I'm sorry if I messed this up out of character and in character. So that would be agility roll.
No worries.
Yes.
Any advantage of the fact that I do have a healer profession?
I will say that will cancel out the bane for trying to hit it when you can't actually see it.
Well, it's not even so much hitting. I'm trying to like, because you said we could see the lump, it moving under the flesh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to basically, like, again, like in the Mummy,
Carve it out.
Brendan Fraser. I'm trying to basically, like, make the exit wound and cut it through where the lump is.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. I'll give you a boon.
All right, giving this a try.
I know what you're doing, Jinx. It's all
Oh,
good here.
fuck you, dice. I saw that 17.
12's still good. Like, basic success is 10.
Yeah. Sif is just standing there, letting this letting this goblin operate.
Yes.
I did ask.
She's done for me before.
Consent has been achieved.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage for your dagger.
Oh man. All right. This would, I guess, be. I wonder which one it is.
It's a
1d3.
D3. Yeah, it should be on your weapon page there.
All right. So the good news is Sif only takes 1 point of damage.
That's good.
But that's the good news. That means the bad news is it didn't work as intended.
Okay. So you see where the bulge is, and you kind of quickly bring your dagger across, and get like a little cut, and you're like, you're not entirely sure how clean your goblin hands are, but and you kind of reach in and you grab it, and it has basically wrapped itself around some parts that you think are probably quite important.
Our hands are probably cleaner than that centipede, so not terribly concerned.
Valid.
The good news is you think that with time you can probably try to remove this, but it's not the sort of thing that can be done right now. Like if you pull that out and yank it, really important internal parts are going to probably come with it.
But could I potentially kill it while it's inside her?
That you can, yeah, you could probably try to stab at it while it's in her.
I've got it in hand.
So yeah, you do have it. Like it kind of slips out of your grasp because you didn't actually like grapple it, but you could like poke around at her stomach and try to kill it while it's in her.
It got down that far? Oh,
It did.
Look on the bright side. At least it didn't go up.
That's true, and it's not my heart. So, yeah, great.
Everybody can decide if they would like to do fast actions or slow actions.
I don't know which panicking should be.
A defend thing?
I think panicking happens fast.
Defend sounds like a good thing.
Everybody has decided their things.
Yep.
Alrighty. So we have Bismarck, Ruthless, Sif, and Thagor all on fast actions.
I think I'm a little more resilient than Sif is, just because I'm not made of fleshy bits.
That's why you didn't have to make an insanity roll.
So before she runs away again, I'm going to cast Cure and get this fucking bug out of her.
Okay. So yes, so this magical healing, this warmth kind of fills through your body. And you can feel your muscles start to contract. It's a good thing that you guys haven't actually had lunch yet. But the centipede is now expelled from your body.
Did the hole help?
Good.
The hole did help Jinx see that, because this thing is like about 1.5 feet, 2 feet long. It had wrapped itself around like her, like some of her, like part of her spine, that sort of thing. So you watch it kind of uncurl itself as it gets forcibly ejected. So you know that when they get into a host, they wrap themselves and kind of make themselves at home.
I'm going to call that a good turn.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That will leave us with Ruthless, Sif, and Thagor.
Get it up, get it up, get it up, get it up.
17 hit a bug, Chris?
It does.
Oh, 5 damage. Gosh, I hope that kills a bug.
It does not kill a bug. But as you bring your axe down, it does cut deep into it, enough that you know that it's if you just left this thing alone for a little bit, it would probably bleed and die. That will leave us with Ruth and Sif.
Ruth will use the staff. Is it worth hitting the one that is dying?
That one is out of your reach unless you move.
No. I will. I'll just hit one close then.
Okay.
With the staff. That looks like a hit.
It is not a.
Really?
Yeah, these things are surprisingly fast. Like when they scuttered out from underneath the stone, um, your brain had a hard time processing just how fast these things with all their legs move.
Okay.
That will take us to Sif.
Sif, I'm going to give you a prayer.
Okay, what does that do?
It gives you a boon on a challenge or attack roll.
Oh.
That'll be 2 with the bear spirit.
Oh, so there is one over here beside us on the ground?
Yeah.
Or is that the dead one?
No, that's the one you just vomited out.
Oh.
Gross.
Oh, God.
I'm just happy it came out of her mouth, right? Like I was thinking something
Happy it came
horrible.
out.
Hey, it could have come out of the hole I cut in her. We didn't know.
Yes, it had the entrance wound it made and the convenient exit that you gave it.
There's too many
I'm
exits. It's not good.
Glad it's just glad it's out. Sif is going to try to bash it with her flail.
Okay. So yeah.
And your prayer did what?
Gives you a boon.
Oh, cool. So I have 2.
Yeah. You have 1 from the bear spirit, 1 from the prayer.
Right. So 2.
Yep.
Yeah. Not that it helped, but here we go again.
Oh my god! You rolled a 6 with a +1 and 3 boons.
I'm aware.
+1 +4 is 6. Oh,
I'm very
1 +
aware.
1 + 2 + 1.
it takes the best boon, though. So
That's
Do not take clue away from me.
wow. That's so bad.
that's crazy. That's almost the worst roll you could do.
Yeah.
I mean, you just spit it up, so it makes sense.
Yeah, she's still kind of panicky.
That is going to be a 16 against Thagor.
God.
Yeah, 16 hits.
So it's going to be 1 point of damage. It's having a hard time getting its mandibles through your brigadine armor and your shield.
Yeah, choke on it, you stupid bug.
One of these is going to attack Ruth.
What did I ever do to them?
That is going to be a 16
Oh, yeah.
for 3 damage.
Okay.
One on the other side of you. And as to what did you ever do? You disturbed their nest.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Ooh.
Ooh. So yeah, so while you kind of turn to face the one that just bit you, the other one, you feel like this sharp pain in your back. For 2 points of damage, and Thagor, you see just the tail end of that centipede basically zip in and kind of up along Ruth's spine.
Oh, that's not good.
That one's happy. And the one that Sif just vomited up. Only a 14, which I believe misses Sif. Okay. Jinx.
So there's a centipede that's just been vomited up on the ground right in front of us.
Yes.
I'm torn between trying to bandage up Sif and killing the thing. I think I'd like to kill it so it doesn't burrow back into Sif.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Ruth's got one too.
Is changing? Yeah, I think Ruth is out of range from me. So I think that'll be my.
Yeah, just FYI.
Oh yeah, no, definitely on my radar. You said switching weapon is a free action?
Yeah.
Okay, which means I can actually hit with the I can try to attack with a weapon that does a little more damage. Unless it's the same roll. Is it? Oh. Do some rolls use what rolls stats do different weapons use? I suppose.
Both of your weapons use agility.
Oh, good. Okay. Use agility. There's no option.
They could use strength if you choose to.
No, I mean I'm going for something small and skittering. Agility is where I want to be.
Yep.
That's only a 10, so I don't think
Yep.
so.
Don't forget you could have given yourself a boon on that. If you...
Oh, shoot. I forgot about that entirely. Is it possible to add on the d6s to make it a hit? Or for the boon?
Sure.
Sorry, it's talents. I have backstab. That's right. It's one boon, and then I have the option. Then I have the option for extra damage,
right? And
Not you know of.
Sometimes things are just meant to be.
Yep.
All right. That is the end of the round. Everybody decide whether they are going to do fast turns or slow turns.
Question, Chris, is this thing doing more damage to me?
No, it's not.
It's just in there, not doing anything.
As far as you know, you can feel it moving around and making itself comfy.
It's fine.
Setting up house.
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot. I need Ruth to make a willpower check. Okay. All right. You can feel it squirming, but you do not have the same visceral reaction that Sif did.
I'm going to have a different reaction here in a second.
All right. So Bismarck, Sif, and Thagor are all on fast actions.
Smack it, Sif.
All right.
And
The plan. That is the plan. I'm going to try to smash the one. Oh no! My dice rolls are catching. With Thagor got a 12.
Yep. So Thagor, you bring your axe around, and this thing, it is fast, and you can tell like it almost seems to be looking for an opening in your defense. I mean, surely centipedes aren't that intelligent.
If it can't find one, it'll make one.
Either way, I don't want it.
No, you don't.
So Bismarck and Sif.
Do I still have the boon that Ruth gave me last turn?
No. But the one from the bear spirit lasts for a full minute.
Yes. That's much better.
That is it.
Excellent. Enough to squish it?
That is enough to squish it.
Oh, good.
Squishy, squishy.
Sif can stop screaming. Yeah. She sounded just a little unhinged.
And, Bismarck.
Well, that one's dead. The one inside me is not causing any trouble, right? So I'm going to try to burning beam the one by Ruth.
Okay.
$16.
Alright, 16 is a hit.
3 damage.
Okay, got it.
God damn it.
So that one, you like reach out and with your magic and you zord it, and it kind of panics and it just like dives right into Ruth's like lower torso. Just
Lovely.
that is going to be three damage to Ruth.
No respect for personal space.
None whatsoever.
That's the problem with bugs today.
It's me up to like 9.
And the last one that you can see finally finds that opening it was looking for in Thagor for 4 damage. And I'm going to need Thagor and Ruth to both give me willpower tests.
Bullshit.
And Thagor, yeah, you turn around, you're like, the second one just jumped into Ruth, and as you turn back, that one just basically gets up under your shield and kind of like scurries up your armor and then inside.
This game is terrible.
Yeah, I was going to say we're rolling awful bad for a game. This
horrible things
evil.
that happen in this game.
We knew it going in.
We did, yeah.
So, I mean, good news, the combat is over.
The bad news
I don't
is
know if that
there's
is good
centipedes
news.
inside people still.
I don't think that's good news.
And those of you that have centipedes inside of you, you can feel them moving around inside you.
God.
It is enough until something is done about them. You are impaired, which means you take a bane on any attack or challenge roll.
Okay. Good thing we have a doctor.
James, can you fix this?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can make the incision and try to extract it. It's not gonna be pleasant.
Nothing about this is pleasant.
Yeah, well, it's just letting you know it's gonna hurt, and it's not exactly a delicate operation, or it's not a gentle operation. But I'll give it a go.
Do you want to practice on me first, since I don't have nerves or blood, or I could just go sit in the water till it drown.
That's an idea.
I actually wonder if that would work. I'm kind of curious now. No, I mean I found the one that was in Sif, and then it got vomited out. We weren't in combat. I'm pretty sure I could have excised it completely. Let's find a space where we can actually do this, so you can be as comfortable as possible. I don't know if there's a good large flat rock or something.
Becker, are you okay?
There are a couple of large flat rocks as part of this fallen stone circle.
All right. Is this gonna be some kind of sacrilege or some really bad idea magically if I use a fallen standing stone?
I don't think so. I don't think it's consecrated right now. Anyway, we're going to. I'm going to do it once we're done here. I'd rather do it without a freaking centipede in me.
Okay. Yeah. Let's. Probably our best bet to lay down and see what we can do. We know kind of where they're nestled. So yeah, let's do this.
Agor, are you okay?
Oh yeah, great.
You don't have one in you?
Oh, I probably do.
Oh.
You're gonna drown it in booze.
Oh, maybe later if it comes to that.
All right, so whoever volunteers first, I guess.
Let's do me
Sure,
first.
give her down.
Now, let me do me first, and then I can work on the consecrating this ground while you guys
Okay.
take care of the rest.
All right. I mean, I assume we probably want to wait to consecrate before everyone's done, but I don't know how long it's going to take. So,
Well, I have to find stones and stand them all back up again and all that kind of crap. Just to
All
get
right.
ready.
Is there any? Do I get any sort of boon because, like I did before, because of using the healing background?
Right. So it is as long as you have the profession medicine, which you do, and a healer's kit, which you do.
Yes.
You get to make an intellect check at 3 Banes.
So this is actually harder than what I was doing in combat.
Also, does my changeling form actually change into like human type tissue when I'm in this form, or am I still really just sticks?
No, it actually changes into like flesh and blood and stuff.
All right. Worst comes to worst, I'll change back into sticks and see if it likes it that way.
So I need to. Oh man, I was hoping for agility for actually, for the surgery aspect. Okay, so it's a mind. So 3 Banes and doing an intellect roll.
And I'll give you a prayer.
There you go. And
what's prayer do?
Prayer gives you a boon, and don't forget you can use your trickery ability to give yourself a boon on the challenge as well.
Even though this isn't technically an attack?
Yep, it's an attack roll or a challenge roll.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that so that I have only 1 Bane.
There you go.
So intellect, not agility. That's sad. Whew.
That's good.
Thank the Horn King.
You all saw what that almost was.
So yes, so it does take a while. It takes about an hour to carefully, basically, you make an incision, but then it's a lot of carefully extracting this thing because it looks like it's basically attached its egg sac to various organs.
Well, that actually kind of sounds like some of my medical history. So okay.
But not only do you remove it, but when you pull it up, because so much of its life force goes into attaching itself and getting itself ready to start incubating the host, it's dead when you take it out.
That's good. And you know what? At least they can't yell at us for us coming back too soon, because I have to do this for 2 more of you.
And you do notice that Ruth actually has a second one in her.
Okay, so I have to do this again.
Yes.
I'll give you another prayer.
There you go.
There you go. But while that is happening, the one that was inside Bismarck realizes that it can't actually make it into a viable host, and basically burrows its way out.
I mean, if we have an hour, I have a little bit of a plan.
What would you like to do?
I'd like to take some of our adventuring gear. We have quote unquote adventuring gear, right?
Yep.
Tie it to a tree, so it's nice and secure, and tie it to myself, so it's nice and secure. And I'm just going to sit in the fucking water for, that hour.
See if you can drown it.
I'm just going to drown it. Because I'm going to fill up full of water. Like, people don't fill up full of water, but I do.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, that sounds like an excellent plan. So you basically kind of like secure yourself.
Very, very, very secure. I'll even have Thagor holding onto a rope if I have to.
and just gonna like dangle you off the side until they're done with everything else.
Yeah, let them do their surgery. I'm just going to sit in here. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Not a problem. So that just leaves the one in Thagor at the end of 2 hours.
Yeah, right. And I'll start working on the consecrating the ground, and I'll be very careful not to disturb any more centipedes.
Okay.
I'm definitely gonna take a minute to go through like the whole like, oh my god, my hands are probably a little cramped after doing that. Wash my hands off, just give me a second to relief from the fact that I've been doing surgery for 2 hours, and then I will get in and work on Thagor.
We're not getting paid enough for this.
No, you're definitely not.
Is it possible to do another prayer, or just? Or am I
Yeah, I'll
rolling
give
it?
you another prayer.
Okay. I don't know how many of these you have,
As
but
many as I want.
okay, that's useful. I don't really want to. I don't really want to mess up while I'm elbow deep in one of you.
That would be appreciated, no doubt.
So this is a horrible scene. Like if you drew this scene in a comic book, you'd just be like, "Oh my god, what's going on?"
This is incredibly gross. Oh,
I don't know. It kind of sounds like what having endometriosis is like. So
Just make sure you burn it when you're done.
So 3 hours later, Jinx is like pretty thoroughly bloody, but you do manage to extract these nasty centipede things. At which time you kind of retrieve Bismarck from the water. His appears to have indeed drowned. Actually, at some point, it probably would have like burst free or come free and swam off someplace.
That's fine.
In the meantime, though, Ruth, as you're kind of getting these stones back into position and making sure that everything is proper, you do notice that the horned skull has some like some brass and some bronze like gilding on the antlers.
That shouldn't be there, right?
Not if you're an absolute purist, but it's not uncommon.
Okay.
But it is old enough that it's got that that kind of patina to it.
Yeah.
So you know that it has been here for quite a while.
Decades.
Decades at the very least. And you do manage. You get the stones up. Once Sif can give you a hand with some of the larger stones. And you get
I am we.
yep.
You get everything kind of situated in the proper locations. And give me a willpower.
Any banes or boons? I'll give
Um,
myself a little prayer.
you can give yourself a little prayer. And you can have a boon because of your faith.
So that's 2 on the will.
Yes. So once you get everything kind of situated, gonna say your little prayer to the Horned King, and you can feel, nobody else can, but you can feel this presence that kind of surrounds the area, and you can smell. I mean, it's not surprising given the surgery that's happened not terribly long ago, but you can smell like blood in the air, and you can hear the baying of hounds.
I'm good with that.
that's not from the surgery, just to clarify.
And you feel connected. You feel like you don't think that you're knowledgeable enough in the religion yet to actually consecrate a shrine, but you can definitely feel connected to this area.
Well, I gave it my best shot, and I bled for it, and so did my friends. So hopefully that counts for something with the Horn King.
Right. Yeah, and what would you guys like to do?
I would like to take a healing potion.
Okay.
That was particularly disgusting.
I used up a lot of health and a lot of my spells.
Now, why don't we have a lunch that was prepared for us. We could take a few minutes, do you think? Before we continue in?
I mean, we've been here half the day at this point, so that's probably a good option. Since I do have a little bit of a religious background, am I at least able to, if someone's like, hey, these are things that might help with general religious trappings or like standard ceremony stuff, is that a way that I can aid him in his attempt to right the place?
Yeah, between everybody kind of helping out, you can get this so it feels right, whereas before it didn't feel wrong before, like it had been desecrated. There was nothing at all, but now it feels
there's energy here.
Yes.
Sounds good. Yeah, but like between it was 3 hours of surgery, plus writing the stones. Like we've been doing this for like that's been that and the combat. We've been here for like 4 hours.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's bust out some snacks, have a little rest.
Yeah, I need a rest.
You should all just stop doing stuff because
you're gonna go take care of the rest of it, are you?
Oh wait, it's fine. I'll just have a nap, have a snack, have a drink, whatever you want to do. It's fine.
So are you guys resting to recover and gain spells back, or are you guys just having a snack and carrying on?
I could use a recovery and some spells.
That's a long time, though, isn't it?
Is there a short rest?
There is a rest, which is 8 hours.
That's a bit long.
Yeah.
How's everyone's hit points?
I got 8 left.
I'm surprisingly better than usual.
I'm down 7.
I'm fine. I avoided damage that fight.
I've only taken 4.
I mean, it's almost a rest time then, right?
It's probably like 1 or 2 at the latest.
It's 3:42 according to his little clock he's got on.
I was going to say, are we going by Chris's clock?
There's a reason I have that module.
I'm thinking we just get off and rest, recover, do the thing that we did last time. Just keep coming back, right?
All right, good. Back to town. Let's go.
Yeah, let's leave it to the wizard to be the wise one.
I'm fine with this.
I don't know if that statement's true.
Wise?
You know what? We should just. I almost just want to like. Can we just set up an encampment on the other side of the river so we don't have to deal with the judgmental town people?
I'm okay with that.
Oh, fuck
I'm
them.
good with that too.
I think that would be fine. Yeah. They'll just
you know,
ask us.
they could be judgmental. It's just annoying every time we show up. Are you done yet?
Yeah, but they have beer.
Okay, fine. If you want beer, you can have beer, I guess. They're annoying.
There is undoubtedly like beer and wine amongst the lunch that they packed for you.
Oh shit! Never mind then.
Hey!
Okay.
Look what we found. No need to go back for
If there's beer at the picnic, it's all right.
We don't want to spend the night on the island, but
No, there's the green fog shit.
right.
What the fuck with that?
But at the same time, like, I don't want to unless some people don't care. Just having them question every single thing is just tiring.
I couldn't care less what these goddamn yokels think of us. I mean, when it comes right down to it, we've already got the money.
No, just the deposit.
Still, we've got some of that money.
I'd rather not have them questioning yet again, but and Sif kind of looks around. I also don't want something crawling into my mouth while I'm asleep.
You know what's good for that? An inn. The
Sort of
pods are
weighing-
much smaller.
I'm weighing one against the other right now. Yeah, I've never seen a centipede like that at an inn before. I mean, I've seen centipedes in an inn. It's kind of, but not like those.
I don't want to go to the inns that you go to.
No, it wasn't a pleasant place. Not by far. No, not at all. It was very low quality, but
But let's get back across the river, and then we can decide whether we're going to town or making camp, or going to town or making a camp.
All right. So once again, whoever is doing the rowing can give me a strength challenge.
do you want me to do it this time?
I'll give another little prayer again.
All right,
Or do you
sure.
feel-
And remember that you get a boon for having an outdoor profession, and Ruth is saying a little prayer to the Horned King as well.
Okay, but my bear one is worn off by now, correct?
The bear one has worn off.
Excellent. It's almost a 15.
Oh, we actually did do a full day this time because we rescued the people in the morning, brought them home, came back. So yeah, we've actually done a pretty full day of adventuring.
So yes, so you do manage to make your way across the river. This time you're aware of the current and kind of the best way to angle the boat, and make your way to shore.
All right. So we trek all the way down, get our boat, go across.
So what are your plans from there?
Do we want to go into town or camp here?
Heading back to the inn.
How far in did that fog seem to go? Did it leave the island?
No, it did not.
Okay.
I mean, if it's something where we want to have a watch on it for part of the night, like, I'm not in straits as everyone else, so I could do a partial watch if we want on it.
Well, if I was a little bit closer, I might be able to determine a little more about it.
Well, if you would like to stay out, I'm sure you'd be okay.
I mean, as opposed to going back to town, we could maybe set up a little camp here. And I know it's hard because people need to sleep. It's a thing.
I mean, my thought is if you think there's anything to be I can watch. I can take observations. I don't know necessarily if I will catch the right things or if there's anything to be learned. But if we think it's worth it, I'm willing to facilitate that.
I'm okay with staying a little bit closer. Maybe we can learn a little bit more. Fagor might not get beer, which is potentially a problem. But outside of
Let's
that,
go into the inn and then come back. Right?
yeah, but whatever meets your rest and nutrition needs.
I think that would be fine.
Sure.
We're not that far. You shouldn't get lost in the dark.
Oh, we should all go together. Wherever we go, we should all go together.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go to town.
We'll go to town and then camp out here.
And
What?
observe the green mist.
Oh, we could sleep at an inn.
Or we could observe the green mist. I mean, the more we can watch it, the more we can understand it. And, like, understand that myself, I have some training, not a lot, but a little bit. And Ruth, obviously, she understands stuff about stuff, and Jinx is very smart, right? Very, very smart for a very medium-sized person.
Okay, you're all very highly trained in observing mist. Gotcha.
Well, that's let's go get beer for Thagor, and you can all do your resty eating thing, and then we'll come back and we'll study the phenomenon and perhaps learn something interesting.
Hopefully.
All right. So you guys are going back to town to pick up some, like, have some supper, basically.
Round 3.
Round 3 of judgment.
So yes, it's your intent to basically have a bite to eat and then go and camp out to keep a watch on the island?
Yeah, I think. I don't know if we can learn anything about it, but I don't think it can hurt. And since I'm someone that doesn't necessarily I don't need the recovery rest. I need like some rest because I'm a living creature, but I can stand to have my rest interrupted a little bit if it means we'll learn more.
Gotcha. All right.
We should also get a tent.
They don't have tents in this town.
So do you really think this little village would have them?
All we need is like some tarpaulin, like a canvas. We're fine.
Yeah, they do have tarps and the like that they use for covering over their hay and everything. But yeah, basically, as long as you're not, like, if you're like going in, having some supper, and then leaving again, nobody says anything to you. They're like, "Oh, that, you must have found something to be going out already. Thank you." They're under the impression that you're grabbing a bite to eat and then going back to work.
Basically, yeah.
Yes, we are.
We'll try not to limp as we do it.
No promises.
Alrighty. So go to town, bite to eat, and then you just kind of like set up on the banks between Thagor and Sif and Ruth. You guys can very easily make like a little lean-to with the tarpaulin that you can get from the village. Have a little fire going. It's oddly peaceful. It is a little cool, but it is oddly peaceful as you stare across the island where you've almost met your death.
From here, it doesn't look like it's infested with disgusting centipedes.
Well, no, it wouldn't look like that. Would it? The bugs weren't that big.
They were huge.
They just
Not
do what
big enough
nature
to see them
intends.
from here.
Well, no, not to see them from here. But it looks relatively peaceful. At least, until the fog starts.
It looks like a piece of shit rock. It's not even barely a hill on it.
There are hills. Well, I mean, sort of. They're dunes. Are we higher than the island? Like, are we looking down slightly at it?
Elevation wise, the island is actually slightly more hilly than you are.
Oh.
Just to make it more scary.
In that case, from here, can we, like, before the sun went down so very quickly, could we see the ruins and the stables and the keep from where we are?
Make a perception check.
Sure, now I can roll dice
Okay.
from looking.
So yes, you can. You seem to have an angle on it where you can see the ruined keep from where you are.
Okay. I'm going to just at my feet, sort of between my knees, just put a stick so it's pointed directly at the keep. Can I see the other two, like the standing stones where we had the centipedes, or the
No, they're not quite tall enough.
the stable?
You
Can I see that from here?
you see part of what you think might be the stable.
I'll point a stick toward it anyway.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, as it gets on and later, just check those two directions again and see if I see any lights.
Okay, not a problem. So you guys are just kind of keeping an eye on the island. As it starts to get into the dark time. Are you guys sleeping, or are you just kind of like resting and relaxing?
I think we need to sleep for the rest, right?
You need to sleep at some point, but a rest is basically time spent not doing anything.
I would think that we're just not doing anything for a bit.
That works for me because I need to heal up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my thought was honestly, like half the group needs to just fat out heal, and the other one, then also, dark is generally longer than 8 hours, so like Jinx has a little more time where they can functionally be awake while everyone else is, passed out and recovering.
If we're splitting up into shifts, Thego will sleep first.
So basically, the way resting works, it has to be a period of inactivity that lasts about 8 hours. During this time, you can sleep, you can meditate, you can read, you can eat, you can drink, and you can do anything that is non-strenuous. After you've completed the 8-hour rest, you heal damage equal to your healing rate, your spells come back, and so on and so forth. If anything interrupts your rest for more than a minute, then the time spent is wasted, and you have to start again from the beginning.
I hate this game.
Well, again, that's why I figured let the people are. I mean, we also might not want to do the all night watch, but at the very least, my goal was like figure stay up to see if I can figure any pattern about it. Starts while people are sleeping, and then maybe someone gets up after 8 hours of sleep, hopefully before dawn, and see how it retreats.
Yeah, Biz doesn't have to sleep, so he'll just watch. But we'll do that first 8 hours as fast as we can. And then I would expect that we just learn what we can when the mist shows up.
Gotcha. All right. So everybody just spend some time just, relaxing, being thankful that, nothing is trying to kill you currently. Time passes, the sun sets. It's a very, very nice, like autumn fall sunset. People start to get tired. Some people go to bed. Some people stay up a little bit. But right around after you guys have been, the people that went to sleep when it got dark, after they've been asleep for about 3 hours or so, you can see that green mist starting to flow over the island again.
And since we're actually seeing it start flowing, does it seem to be coming from one area of the island or another?
It does seem to be coming from one end of the island.
That's the question.
That was an excellent question.
Specifically, it is coming from the almost the central northeast area, very, very close to where you estimate that stone circle was.
Interesting.
I mean, close being relative because you're looking at things that are happening like 300 yards away.
Fair enough. I don't suppose, and this is probably all alien enough. We can't really see if nothing. We probably can't tell if anything seems different about it.
It is a very thick, glowing green fog, and it seems to kind of roll out over the island.
We were near the Standing Stones. Isn't that far from the actual keep itself? Is it?
It is not.
Yeah.
So as you watch, it is like it's a thick fog, but it's not a deep fog. It tends to hug fairly close to the ground, to the point where you can kind of see it kind of like flowing up and down and over the various hills and gullies and things of that nature.
When I compare it to the sticks that I had laid down, does it seem to be starting at the keep or the stable?
It's starting in the vicinity of the keep, in that general direction.
Didn't we hear about an old wizard or something there? Or a different game?
Nope, that's
right?
Yes. And that's the direction, that fog. And she points to her sticks. That's the keep. That's the stable. I wanted to see if there were any lights after the dark fell, but the fog might end up obscuring anything. But the fog does seem to be starting in the direction of the...
And everybody can give me let's call it a perception roll. Anybody that does not have shadow sight or dark sight makes it with 2 banes.
Am I asleep?
If we have them, though, do we have the boons or do we have the banes?
No. That's up to you. Is Thagor asleep, or did he get Did he get his rest in earlier?
Well, I said Thagar was going to sleep first, so
yeah. Then
first shift is over, then I'd be up. Okay.
You said perception, right?
Yes.
So just for clarification, we have our rest in?
Yes. It's been. I mean, you guys started resting at about 5, so you're just at the tail end of the 8-hour rest.
Okay.
And the rest gives me all my spells back and 1 healing rate, right?
Correct. All right, so oddly enough, the people with dark vision and shadow sight make the roll. So Jinx and Ruth and Thagor, as you guys are kind of looking out and you're watching this fog, you can see shapes moving in it.
Yeah, there's probably some beastmen or something in that fog. Something dancing around there.
Thagor, actually, yeah, it's probably beastmen. You see, they look more. They don't have like that kind of hunched over loping gait that a beastman has. Since you rolled a 20, they definitely appear to be moving in a more human-esque fashion as opposed to that kind of like lumbering bestial gait that the beastmen had.
Oh, so they're not beastmen. But as far as we know, there weren't any people there. Like people.
As far as you know, yes.
Must be troglodytes.
I mean, probably. The troglodytes wouldn't be nearly as subtle as what we've seen so far.
And then, kind of echoing across the water, you hear the baying of hounds.
Bigger or smaller than the pixie devils we fought earlier?
The shapes that you see?
In the barn, yeah.
Oh, much bigger. Those things you would not be able to see at this distance.
Did we hear hounds last night?
You did not hear hounds last night.
Maybe we did a good thing there.
But
Rude.
I do need everybody to give me a willpower check.
No banes, no bonuses, right?
Correct.
Quick question. What does my point of insanity do, and when does it go away?
It goes away at some point, maybe if somebody cures it. And if your insanity ever equals your willpower, then you go mad.
Oh, okay. Sorry, are we doing this at a bane?
Nope.
Okay.
How do you cure insanity?
I can fix it. It's fine.
No.
Unless the last half of this session goes really south.
Don't say that, Vicini.
It started with me getting a centipede in me.
I did too. It's fine.
So as the baying of the hounds kind of like echoes across the water, all of you feel this like foreboding sense of dread. Thagor, you feel like you have been specifically singled out as the prey of these hounds. There's something like something just like very, very primal kind of reaches down and grabs hold of you, and something in your brain is just like, run now, run before they get you. And you actually start to turn for a moment. But you were only frightened for 1 round. You do take a point of insanity. So you kind of turn, you take a couple of steps. Everybody does notice, but then you kind of like go like, no, damn it, I am not prey, I'm a dwarf, and kind of clamp down on it.
Right.
You okay?
Fine.
You look kind of spooked.
Well, they're wolves. They're not bugs, at least.
Probably didn't have second supper. Or third supper. How many suppers
That
do you
could
have?
be. I think as many as you can get.
Ruth, is this a you thing or is this a me thing?
Eat when you can. Them's the rules.
I don't know. Why don't we both try it?
Sure. I mean, the mist was necromantic. I mean, we kind of figured that out. Just the other night.
Right.
But the hound thing, I mean,
The hound thing, I think, might be related to us bringing that that little circle back.
Necromancy and hounds don't really mix. I mean, wolves, maybe. Wolves, vampires, maybe. I'm not an expert, but what do you think? We're gonna try to put our brains together to figure something out.
I'm hoping we've got the Horn King sending some minions against some of this the evil on that island. Give us a little bit of shot tomorrow. But that's a prayer, not a educated guess.
As Ruth mentions this, the baying of the hounds gets louder, and then you hear this almost but not quite human scream that gets cut off very quickly.
Oh yeah, all kinds of goodness happening over there.
Well, my understanding is that the entire island's infested by bad guys, so anything that dies over there is probably good, right?
You know what we
Unless
should
they're
do?
humans captured.
Oh, right.
Next time we go back, we should take some oil and give that place a good solid burning down.
I mean, the amount of oil it would take to burn down the entire island would be...
Well, the thing about a forest fire is once you start it, it takes care of itself.
Generally speaking, yeah.
I mean, I can get you some rough figures. It just takes me a bit to figure it out. But yeah, sure.
So now that you guys are fully rested, what would you like to do?
I don't want to speak for the group, but I would like to wait until the mist goes away.
Yes.
Exactly.
We are definitely waiting until morning.
Perfectly happy for you to speak for the group right there.
It seems like a daylight kind of quest, not a nighttime kind of quest, but...
Okay.
But Sif will kind of keep an eye out for lights coming from the island.
You don't see any lights coming from the island, but as as you creep into the early hours of dawn, as soon as the sun starts to kind of peek over the horizon, as soon as the rays of the sun hit the island, the fog starts to roll back, and it doesn't look like it dissipates like you would expect fog to. It doesn't look like it burns off as the sun starts to come up. It looks like it literally rolls back the way it rolled out.
So it's retreating back to the keep, or wherever. Interesting.
That seems odd.
I mean, if you take natural weather into account, this seems improbable for sure. But obviously, there's something over there. You have a stick. If we follow the stick, we could. Can you keep the stick straight when we're? That'd be difficult.
Once we get up, I'm not going to have any real indication anymore.
I would expect that the problem is where the fog comes from.
Let's go to the keep then.
Right?
So back into the boat.
Back into the boat.
All right. You guys know the rowing drill by now.
And I'll give it a little prayer.
Do you want to row this time, Thagor? Or do you
Sure.
want me to? All right, we'll take turns. You can row that way. I'll row this way. Or you can roll this way. I'll roll that way. Yes.
There we go.
There we are.
All right. No problem. Where would Thagor like to place the? Where would you like to land?
Hang on, I gotta zoom all the way out here. Are there any good landing spots along the shore by the ruin here?
It is that kind of like thick, mucky, marshy stuff. You can definitely land
All right, let's try and get close today, so we don't get bogged down in the godfordamed woods.
there. Bogged down.
Exactly. You know what I'm getting at.
And apparently a day goes very, very quickly. So
It does.
So as the as the sun is starting to cross, you guys see the fog rolling back. Okay. Make our way across. Thagor puts the oars in the water. Not a problem. You find like a nice boggy area. I will get everybody except for Thagor, who's concentrating on rowing, to give me a perception check.
I'm good at perception. I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Nope, you should not have. Certainly should not
You
have.
really shouldn't have.
Oh, well.
yeah, you're looking at the roads going, man, I did a good job there.
Yeah, right.
Look at that craftsmanship.
I am really good at this stuff.
All right. But Jinx and Bismarck and Sif, as you guys are making your way, because you guys have never really come at the island from this angle before, you do have a very clear view of the ruined keep, and not terribly far to the east of that, you see the kind of the hunched buildings of what is obviously a graveyard.
Oh, we should have brought oil.
Something necromancy?
Maybe salt.
Does that work?
I don't know. Does it work? Sif will look at Ruth.
Not as far as I know.
Well, that's a pity.
Bismarck's the wizard. I talk to
Does that
animals.
I don't play with necromancy. There's things you can study, and there's things that you can't study, and those are things that I don't study because it makes you go crazy. And if you go crazy, then well, you start animating your friends so they don't have to sleep all the time and eat all the time, and that's not something I want to do. Because obviously,
Sif will gradually look more and more alarmed as it gets to the so they don't need to eat and sleep all the time.
that probably didn't come out right, but yeah, not an expert in necromancy. Very good at healing and celestial magic, which is the antithesis of necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
That means the opposite. I know a lot of you can't read,
Yes.
so
I read and write 2 languages. I'll have you know.
okay.
English and American.
Sure.
God.
I forget the question. But salt for what?
Salting it and burning it, if that would work.
Well,
know it's
we don't know anything about this graveyard. We don't know if it's a problem. I believe we know that the keep's a problem. So
More than likely.
maybe start there.
Yes, so towards the keep.
And
We'll look back.
if my memory
Forward.
serves, this Afton fellow was not buried. He was left where he died. And my guess is this Afton fellow is the problem that we're trying to solve.
I imagine so.
But we don't know where he died. There was lots of rumors. but he's probably not in the graveyard because he wasn't buried. So
We'll probably find the remains of his remains somewhere.
The remaining remains.
The remaining remains.
I should write that down. That's very smart.
So we'll look back toward where they slept last night, and kind of look toward the keep and look toward the graveyard, and decide that she probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference from where they had been.
Probably not.
I don't know if the fog was coming from the keep or if it was coming from the graveyard.
Well, let's start with the keep.
To tell the difference.
Yeah, I agree. I would investigate the keep first, and then if that doesn't come up with something, then we'll look at the graveyard.
Right. Let's talking more walking.
Talking more walking. Right.
He's very impatient for a fellow who spends 2/3 of his time sleeping.
Gotta get shit done the rest of the time.
That's probably why.
You all can learn something. Like,
Makes perfect sense.
Take that 1/3 of your time that you're actually awake and aware to accomplish something.
All right, so we're headed towards the keep and graveyard area since they seem to be in the same line.
I believe so.
So as you make your way to the towards the keep, you can see that they're probably the keep and the graveyard are probably 150, maybe 200 yards away from each other. And the graveyard has like a stone wall around it, and you can see the sides and the roofs of mausoleums as opposed to graves and grave markers. This actually has structures. Crypts. The keep is in very poor repair. It is largely just a shell as opposed to an actual keep. The general outline is discernible. The walls kind of vary between 1 and 3 meters tall. The round towers have been reduced to basically stumps maybe 4 or 5 meters tall. The entire area is kind of covered over with brambles and ivy and vines.
Right, if it's this busted, it should be fairly easy to search.
That's not small. It'll take some time, but...
And everybody give me a perception check with 1 bane.
I'll keep my mouth shut this time.
Probably for the best.
As I was saying...
Oh, wow.
That's bad.
Y'all ain't seen shit.
We ain't seen shit.
We'd not get more oblivious if we tried.
Don't worry, Thagor sees it.
I appreciate that. Oh, God.
Maybe Jinx will see it too.
Yeah, we don't have jinxes yet.
There's still hope.
Is anyone still wounded?
I am a little.
What's a little?
I have exactly 1 point of damage.
I've got 5. out of 17.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, Jinx, you could do a perception with one bane.
I do have shadow sight if it's a darkness issue.
It's not a darkness issue. It's
Okay.
a stealth issue.
I counter with stealth. No, though. You said any challenge I can add a boon to per turn.
Correct.
So I would like to negate that boon or that bane.
Yep.
With my trickery.
She is tricksy.
I am meeting stealth with stealth and failing.
All right.
Oh,
That's not
As
our
a-
best set of rolls.
as it transpires, trying to hide from the hidden does not work.
All right. So as you approach the keep, these two very large hunting hounds come out of the brush, moving extremely stealthily for something so large, almost preternaturally so. So on this first round, the only one who can act is Thagor.
I can't say, I'm particularly shocked that there might be preternatural hounds right now.
It seems unreal.
No, not really.
So, not Horn King.
All right, so there's these two hounds, and I guess I'm in reach of one of them. That's cool.
Yep.
I would hit him with an axe.
Okay. All right, go right ahead.
Or not.
Wow, Thagor, you were rolling so good.
I know. The dice giveth, the dice taketh away.
Indeed, they do.
So it is going to try to attack Jinx.
Meep.
But it is only going to roll an 8.
My
Hooray!
ability is 13, so I'm going to go with no.
And the other one is going to try to attack Bismarck.
I will use the triggered action.
You cannot.
Oh, I can't because I didn't see him coming. You're right.
13.
13 is my defense.
So it is going to tear into you with its fangs for 6 damage.
Damn.
But now everybody is aware that these two massive, vaguely translucent hounds are here. And everybody can decide whether they would like to be fast or slow.
That's a good question.
I look
Gotta
like
go
I'm within
fast.
striking distance.
Sorry, what was that?
All right, I will go fast.
All right, so we have Bismarck, Ruth, Sif, and Thagor all on fast turns.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go last just because I have more options than you guys do.
Just going to try to hit the one near her with her flail.
Right, and as these things come out of the surrounding trees and brush, you notice that they're a good size for a hound. They are definitely bigger than over half your party.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Does it make them easier to hit?
They've got a defensive 14.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Jinx is taller than Bismarck, so we are a very small party.
That is a hit.
What a crappy damage roll. Wow.
Tiny but fierce.
2d6s plus 2, and I got a 5.
Don't rage against the flail. The flail's done much worse.
The flail will get revenge. Yes, that's true.
Dang.
The curse of the flail has been passed on to the battle axe, apparently.
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. When we level up, I'm gonna get a golf bag full of weapons.
I taunted the dice gods.
That will bring it Ruth and Bismarck.
Ruth wants to use Savage Recovery. That means I attack with a Bane and get 4 points back from my damage, which is going to come in real handy. And can I use crossbow with that?
You sure can.
Because if I do hit, I get a pretty good damage. Never mind.
Zing! That bolt goes like way off into the wilderness.
Is that a -3?
Yep.
Wow.
Because I had a Bane, right?
Yes. All right. But
it was mostly to get my points back.
But you do feel slightly better.
It's a lot better. I'm only 1 damage now.
Bismarck.
I am going to cast Arcane Armor.
Okay. This hound over here, it has 3 people. Nobody has damaged it. It is going to bite Thagor. Uh, 15?
Yeah.
7 damage. And that will bring us to Jinx. You see, like, this thing is just like it has got a taste for Thagor's blood. It is just savaging him.
We're in close, so I should probably use melee, not ranged.
It's probably better, yes.
All right, so I will use the scimitar. Adding my boon. God damn it. That's a no.
Right. And the other hound, smelling blood in the air, is going to run up. Bismarck and Sif can both use triggered actions if they like to make an attack as it runs to try to take down Thagor.
Yes, please.
Though on my turn as I'm swinging, I would like to say, does this have anything to do with your horned god?
I don't think this does.
It does not.
Yeah. I honestly, out of character, figured it probably didn't, but we know they're hunts, and so it's a conclusion. It's a question they'd have.
Does the 15 hit?
Yes, it does.
Oh, excellent. Well, better than a 5.
Right. So yeah, you guys do take a couple of chunks out of it as it moves, but then it comes up and basically seems to be fighting in unison with the other hound.
God damn it.
Just
Wow.
another 7 damage on Thagor.
Yep.
But that is the end of the round. And these things, they do seem like they are used to working together to harry and take down prey.
That's not surprising, if painful.
No, not really.
Right. And everybody can decide if they would like to be fast or slow. The one that circled around and kind of took Thagor from the back is bleeding pretty heavily from a flail hit and a clockwork stinger through the shoulder of it. So we have Bismarck, Ruthless, and Thagor all going fast.
It's time for me to. I'm going to go into the beast within. I actually didn't mean to do that. I was trying to put the spell info into the chat.
So +2 to your speed, dark vision, and your unarmed attacks do the
Perfect.
D6. Yeah.
Yeah. So and an extra 1d6, and I can still use my staff as natural weapon, right?
Staff is not a natural weapon.
Oh, okay. So I guess just 1d6. So I'll use that as my attack.
Yeah. So yeah, it would be D6 plus 1 because your unarmed attack normally does 1 damage.
Okay. And what's unarmed attack? That would be under combat.
Yeah. It would be a strength roll.
Oh, well, that's a stupid thing for me to use. My strength sucks.
It rolled it when you linked the spell. Why not use that?
Sure. If the DM, I didn't mean to, but if Chris is okay with it, I'll take it.
Yeah, that'll be fine. So that will slash out at the hound.
So a 6 plus 1.
Yep. So 7 damage. That's not too shabby.
That's the most I've ever done.
Yeah, so you guys, you see Ruth basically, her fingernails go longer, her hair grows shaggier, like fangs pop out, and she just like reaches out with these claws and slashes into this hound.
Right. I'm gonna swing the axe at the wounded one.
The one that Ruth just wounded, or the really wounded one?
The really wounded one.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go. So you get all the damage because it is more than 20.
16. Feast or famine.
Right. So yeah, so you take a moment to kind of like catch your breath, kind of center yourself, and then you like look up and you see, although these hounds they have some translucentness to them, they do seem solid enough, and you kind of go like, okay, and you line up your axe shot, and you're like, okay, if I don't drop this, these things are going to tear me apart. And you bring the axe down, and if it was a real hound, there would be blood splattered everywhere. But as it is, it basically just and dissipates.
That's close enough to dying for me, I guess.
Bismarck.
I am going to wave my magic wand and cast minor healing on Thagor. That's
Thank you.
Half healing rate for hit points. Or damage, I guess.
Alright. This hound is going to... It's going to attack Thagor. Thagor just killed its packmate. 5 damage. But yeah,
All right.
this hound seems like it is definitely like fixated on Thagor at this point. Jinx and Sif.
I'm going to circle around behind Ruth so that I can swing my flail at the hound. Bean.
That is a hit. You're starting to get the weight of the flail now.
Starting to get the hang of this flail.
You realize that it's a little unwieldy because of the way that the weight of the flail head interacts with the chain and everything, but you're starting to get it now. And Jinx.
Is there room for me to get in at it, or is it pretty much
Oh yes,
blocked off?
yeah, no, absolutely, you can get in there. It's like it's
Okay,
right beside you.
I'll take a swing at it.
It feels very much like if once it eats Thagor, it's probably going to turn its attention to you. You're that close.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Oh, its eyes are bigger than its belly.
Okay. Everybody can decide if they're going to be fast or slow. All right. Ruth, Sif, and Thagor are all on fast.
Well, I'll snarl and go back to the crossbow because it does the most damage. Never mind. I'm better with my teeth.
Yeah.
I'll give a little prayer to the next person.
Okay.
I'll take another swing with my flail now that I've apparently got the hang of it.
9 more damage, Chris.
So yeah, as Sif is like winding up, this thing's like got fixated on Thagor, and Thagor just brings the axe around and beheads it. And as he does, as the head kind of separates from the body, both parts just dissipate.
There we go.
Sif just kind of stares at it for a second. Well. Huh. Yeah.
That could have been worse.
I think I
in the
should
scheme of
watch
things.
the movie.
Yes, the dissolving is a little strange.
Yeah, that's true. I bet there's more of those.
So
There's a lot
I'll
happening.
probably get it this weekend.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we just need to find the entrance, and then we can go in. And is anyone dying?
Oh,
Nobody
You're
dying?
not so lucky.
All right. So if no one's dying, we don't have to take a second breakfast. We can
I would
continue
think
on.
that I should.
no, I feel fine.
Yeah, I'm good.
Everyone's excellent.
All right. We're going to make our way to the entrance.
So from where you are, you can see a doorway on the. And I mean, by doorway, I mean like rotted planks that at one point were a door. That lead into it. That's what you can see from where you are, but you haven't gone around the outside of the keep at all.
Right. I know how to fix a rotted door.
With an axe.
Yep.
So you're just gonna like cleave down the door.
You betcha.
The door is so rotten that it almost throws you off balance when you cleave it.
Alrighty then.
You know how sometimes you go to pick up the milk container and it's empty, but you don't think it is, and you almost throw it to the ceiling? It's that sort of thing. And this opens up into what looks like at one point it may have been like kind of the main kind of entryway. The floor is like long since rotted out. There's plants and brambles kind of growing through the few cobblestones that are left. But there is a door in here.
Right. Is this one rotted too?
Yes, it is.
Right. This time I'll just give it a boot.
All right. So that one kicks open under your foot. And
Well, that map effect looks interesting.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I found him.
and make a I'm gonna need Thagor to give me a will challenge with 1 bane.
$14.
So again, you hear that that baying of hounds. And there's this, you know, again, this like instinctual desire to run.
Thagor doesn't run.
He waddles.
And Thagor, as you kind of open, you see a couple things kind of draw your attention. 2 more of those hounds. And kind of in between them, the long dead body laying kind of like face down, dressed in very, very tattered remnants of like noble hunting clothes. And you think that you see ever so briefly the flicker of movement kind of like hovering over the body, but you don't actually see it.
Right. That'd be probably Ashton's corpse. We'll kill it for good this time. Once we get rid of these dogs.
Maybe, I mean, is this type of thing where maybe burning the corpse would put it to rest, do you think?
It's a good start. Burn it, piss on it, whatever we need to do.
I mean, generally, adding insult to injury with the restless dead, I think, makes it worse. But I'm not a specialist on this.
We'll try the burn it first then.
I suggested salting and burning for the graveyard, but might work in here.
Let's start with the things we can see, and then we'll go from there.
Take a look at, is there... not that necessarily can, you know... Oh, wait, we have someone who can detect magic. Is it possible to do that sense, the search for magic objects thing on the body in front of us?
We probably have to deal with
I can do that.
The dogs first, right?
It's an area effect. If I remember, it was things around you within a few feet kind of got tingly or glowy for you. I don't quite remember how it worked.
Give me a second, I'll let you know.
But I mean, I know sometimes there's like a focus or like some sort of magical object that's the center.
Yeah, it's 5 yards, so 15 feet.
Well, everybody can decide if they would like to go fast or slow.
Your Discord seems to be cutting out a lot.
Oh,
Yeah, a
I'm
little
happy it's him.
I definitely think it's worth checking to see if there's any sort of possible anchor item on them. I just, don't want to accidentally activate a magical trap in the process, but I'm more than willing to search.
Yeah, if you guys go after the dogs, I'll take care of the investigation side.
Yeah, just tell me what needs to be done.
Follow Jinx.
Well, it looks like on fast actions we have Sif. So what are you doing?
Well, I was following Jinx.
Now you can follow preemptively.
I will apparently follow preemptively. I will enter the room like an idiot. And I will go up and join Thagor.
Oh, there's another whole room down here. You're not even in yet.
Oh, yeah, there is. Yes, Sif will go on in. I think I've got plenty of movement left. I'll come off to one side so I'm not directly in the way.
All right. That will bring us to Bismarck, Jinx, Ruth, and Thagor.
Ruth will want to cast a spell.
This bear thing in the middle of the room, Chris, is it a bear corpse or a bear rug or?
It's like a tattered bear rug.
All right.
I'm going to cast Bear Spirit on Thagor.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thagor
There you
is
go.
going to enter the room.
Let me go first, Thagor.
All right.
I am going to. Where am I?
Here's yours.
I got time for exactly one attack, and then I got to go to work.
I'm just trying to give you some defense.
No worries. I would appreciate that.
Where's
Then
my
I
token?
say, or
You're right under the first door.
Okay.
we don't know.
Chris, can you move me behind
I'm
Thagor?
there.
Okay, pro tip: don't put yourself directly under a door.
Oh, I got it. All right. So I'm going to move here. And then I'm going to use my scroll of Runic Shield.
Okay, sounds
Which
good.
I have to make a roll for. But everyone that attacks you gets one bane if I make the roll. I think that's in intellect. I think, Chris.
Yes, it is.
And then +1 for magic.
Yep.
Hey, there we go.
So as Bismarck incants this scroll that he has, these runes seem to kind of float around Thagor and kind of affix themselves to your armor and to your shield, glowing faintly and then brighter and then brighter, and then they just kind of flash and flare up, and you can feel they're no longer visible, but the effect is there, and anything that attacks you for the next minute has an automatic bane.
Right. Thagor will shout, "You damn dirty troglodytes!" and charge across the room. and attack a dog. Ghost dog beast thing. Hey, there we go.
Alrighty.
$11 damages. We're going out on a high note. Good luck, kids.
Well done.
Next time.
Jinx.
All right, so I'm trying to. I just didn't mean to click on that. We've entered the room, and there's a dead body and a couple more spirit dogs.
Yes.
And I believe I was tasked to dog duty by one of you. I've got range attack, so sounds like a good place to start. Do I need to move forward to shoot?
Just so you're not shooting through a doorway.
That's perfectly fair. So I want to shoot to the one that's more to the left, the one that potentially will be flanking my ally.
Okay.
Especially since we've seen they tend to kind of work together.
They kind of do, yeah.
Uh, 14 is a hit.
Oh, thank goodness! I finally hit. I get 2d6 additional damage because
Yes.
of the two abilities. All right.
Yep.
So I rolled 1 plus 4.
1, 2, 2. Alrighty. Well, the Baron is not at all happy with people attacking his dog. So he's going to use a triggered action to become visible. And he will move towards Thagor with his Phantom Sword.
Bane from the scroll.
That will be a 21.
Didn't help.
So Thagor is going to take 9.
Damn.
Oh.
And then for the Baron's second action, he is going to move. Thagor can use the triggered action to take a swing at him. And then he is going to lash out at the Jinx with this Phantom Whip. That is a 17 hit Jinx.
Yeah, my ability is 13. I'm 99% sure that hits.
So it's going to be 5 damage from his whip.
Ow.
And then his final action, he is going to cause both Sif and Jinx to make willpower rolls with 1 Bane.
This isn't a charm type effect, is it?
It is not.
Yeah, I had to check. All right. Willpower with a Bane?
Yes.
-3.
Wow. I mean, if you're going to fail, you might as well do it big.
Holy cow.
Jeez.
I tried to match it, I guess.
Good job. Almost.
So both of you gain 1 insanity. Oh, and
Let's turn that up.
as this thing materializes, everybody that can see it needs to give me a will check.
Including us.
Including those of us who just failed it.
Yes.
Oh god. with the Bane?
Not this time.
Wow. I am really spooked by this. Dead things are not the sort of thing a constable usually has to handle.
You don't like dead things. You don't
In
like
my defense,
centipedes. You don't.
I don't like monstrous bugs. I don't like
You
dead
should just stay in the
things.
city.
I really should have.
All right. So Sif and Bismarck are going to each pick up another insanity.
Ooh.
And everybody who can see this hideous, bloated, phantasmal force of the Baron makes all attacks against it with 1 bane.
I have a very Call of Cthulhu feeling all of a sudden.
Okay, change of plans. Fuck the dogs. Kill this thing.
Yep. Since I'm going slow, can I attack and cast a spell?
No. You can move and do it.
Move and cast a spell. Okay.
The Hound. The Hound is going to move. Is going to attack Thagor. Only 3. And the other Hound is also going to attack Thagor.
Wow.
Yikes.
So yeah, Thagor is successfully taking the Hounds.
Big hits, tiny damage.
All right.
Yeah, buff didn't help much, but so kill the big guy.
End of the round. Oh. All right. Next round, everybody can decide if they're going to take fast turns or slow turns.
Did I go yet? Yeah, I did.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I want to move and cast a spell, so I'll go slow. Actually, I'm going to go fast. I need to cast a spell right away.
There's no real grid here, so am I close enough to hit or to swing at the thing from here?
No, you would have to move.
So this is farther than short range for me right now, right?
Who, the Baron?
The ghost.
He is 4 yards. He is within short for you.
Okay, excellent.
Dagger's going to go fast because if he doesn't do something, he's going to die. The only reason he's not dead yet is because of the strength of the bear.
Woohoo! I should go first because I can do something maybe that will hurt this guy. Like repeatedly.
All right. Well, Bismarck, Ruth, and Thagor are all up.
I'll cast Spirit of Vengeance.
All right. So whenever it does damage to somebody, it has to make a will roll. If it fails, it takes 1 extra damage and becomes frightened. Okay.
That's a good spell.
Yeah, that sounds. We need it on this guy, eh? He could take 3 points of damage each round.
All right, I'm going to cast Unerring Darts. Pull out the wand, do the those words that nobody can remember. So 7 darts, 7 damage.
On the Baron, I assume.
Oh fuck yeah!
All right. So yeah. So these force things impact it. Seems to have an effect.
It's good to know.
That would leave us with Thagor. Thagor is going to use his second wind because he hasn't yet. He's going to heal 6. And then he's going to attack with his battle axe. All right. So Thagor manages to kill one of the hounds. That will
Thagor.
that will bring
Good
us
stuff.
to Jinx and Sif.
Sif is going to move in and take a swing at him with her flail.
We're all going to get crunched.
And that's at a bane, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's almost a 1.
An 8 is a miss. Your weapon,
Yes.
your flail basically passes through the phantasmal form of the bear.
Okay, can I back up as well, or no?
He can use a triggered action to attack you if you do.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, Jinx is up.
So the Baron kind of popped up right where I was aiming at anyway.
I'll give her a little prayer here.
Okay.
Actually, no. The Baron's right in front of me. So, actually, said the free action to swap weapons. So go from trying to do range to melee because he's right in my face. And I'm gonna take a swing at him.
Okay.
I'm going to use my trickery to add a boon. I can't think of anything else that would give me one, so
Okay.
just
And
not even gonna try to argue.
you get a second boon from Ruth's prayer, but you're at a bane, so net 1 boon.
Oh, I didn't realize I had a bane. Thank you.
Stab him. Stab him.
What the hell, dice? For real. I rolled a 2.
When you deal with liches, you need the magicians.
I still rolled a 2.
Okay. The Baron's turn. It is going to.
I mean, you rolled a 2 and got an 11. That's not bad.
It is going to use. Nobody's actually frightened yet.
Go on to bet.
So he is in fact just going to attack with his sword against Jinx. For 23.
Good God, Chris.
So 10 damage to Jinx.
I'm down.
And he's going to use his whip, which has some reach, on Sif.
Oh no!
Again for a 23.
20. Wait.
But only 4 damage.
I was terrified there for a second. I was like, what?
And then he is going to use a triggered action on his turn to turn into some.
Well, he's got to roll his other things, right?
He does have to make 2 will rolls, yes.
Are you still up, Bismarck?
Yeah, I'm good.
How's that detect magic going? This guy's too tough. There's got to be something in this room that we can destroy that will get rid of him.
I haven't had a round to cast it yet.
That is going to be a 0 on the hound against Thagor. That is the end of the round.
I'm going slow.
End of the round, Jinx. You can roll a d6.
Roll the 4.
Okay. You're not dying yet.
Huzzah.
That will bring us everybody to
Huzzah.
decide if they're going to be fast or slow.
Let me check one thing real quick. Okay, yeah.
So Thagor is going fast.
Kill that dog.
If he doesn't, then he's in a world of hurt here.
I can't heal him.
That is not going to hit. But that will bring us to Bismarck, Jinx, Ruthless, and Sif.
I'll go before Jinx. I'll move up here. And then I'll cast Minor Healing. Which at least gets Jinx up.
Okay.
Half healing rate.
Is it half my healing rate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So round down or round up?
Round down.
So I get 1 back. Check.
It's still up.
I'm still up. Do I check the injured box?
Yes. Injured just comes into play. Certain creatures and everything might be like, if the target is injured, then X.
Right. That makes sense.
But it otherwise does not impair you. But Jinx, Ruth, and Sif are up. And the Baron has basically just disappeared from where he was.
I would like to not be so close to death, so I'm going to use Nimble Recovery. I can use an action to heal damage equal to my healing rate. Technically I can move, but I don't know where I'd move to, because I'm kind of right between my friends anyway.
Good spot for you.
Okay.
And I can't use that again until I do a rest.
But you do kind of you can get to your feet because you fell prone when the Baron hit you.
Right. Yeah, I'm back standing. Everything hurts.
So that will leave us with Ruth and Jinx.
Ruth is going to move while lighting a torch. And she's just going to put a torch to that bearskin rug. Just because that's the first thing she sees.
Okay.
Can I keep moving? Is that my full move?
You sure can. So yeah, you run by, pull out your torch, light it. It will be your action to light it and the rug. But yeah, the bearskin rug just it's like so dry that it goes up quickly.
Right.
Sif, what would you like to do?
I can't see anything. And
You can see the hound over there that's going to eat Thagor.
Yeah, Thagor's in real trouble.
okay. I will stand over Jinx as I try to shoot it.
Okay.
We're not at a bane anymore.
You're not, because you cannot see the bear.
Excellent. Yeah, 19.
That will hit.
There you go, 6 damage.
Alrighty. Everybody down. That is still going to hit. Okay, Thagor is still on his feet because of the strength of the bear.
I feel useful.
You should.
When Ruth ran by, when she lit the bear, was she headed anywhere in particular, or was she just like running by and lighting the bearskin rug?
Are you running by and lighting the bearskin rug? I ran up here because I wanted to see what was around this corner.
Okay. All right.
And what do I see around that corner? What are those light things?
Those are just curtains.
Okay, so a couple of shelves and some curtains. Okay.
A couple of shelves and some curtains.
And a locked door?
And a closed door.
Is there a keyhole in it?
There is. And the door is largely rotten, much like the other ones. And you do see the body, like, right about here-ish. It's like laying kind of like face down on the ground.
Oh, geez, I should put the torch to that.
So it's long ago, like just skeleton.
It's just a skeleton? Okay.
Skeleton and like rotted noble hunting finery.
No, no, like pendant, anything that looks like it could be a magic item type thing.
Not that you see there.
Okay.
But that's just as you're like running by.
All right.
The Baron has done what he's going to do. Everybody can decide if they're going to be fast or slow.
All set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Right. So, Sift and Thagor.
Gonna try to shoot the dog.
Okay.
So much for that. Nice hit by Thagor, though.
Nice.
For damage, even.
So it's 9 damage. That is just enough to kill it. So yeah, so Thagor, you see Thagor is like breathing heavily and he looks quite pale. He's bleeding profusely.
Uh-oh.
Bismarck is up.
Bismarck will move up. And then I'm going to cast Cure on Thagor. Which is half healing rate. I know it's not much, but I'm not a heals, boys.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
All right. Well, that will bring him down to exactly his health. All right. That will bring us to Jinx and Ruth.
All right. So the Baron has pulled a vanish on us, correct?
Correct.
And are there still? Looks like are the dogs all gone.
They are.
Interesting.
Thagor may have paid for it with his life, but he has defeated the dog.
Oh shit! Is Thagor on the ground dying?
Not yet. Strength of the bear is keeping him on his feet.
Okay. So I am obviously a mess as well, but I'd like to go stabilize him with my healing kit.
Okay.
I want to go into that other room through the keyhole using flowing form.
It looks like at one point in time it was probably a fairly well-appointed bedroom. There's a really nice couple of beds that are just wrecked. There's a broken table. Doesn't look like there's anything of import.
All right. Nothing in here, guys. Look at the other room.
Okay. And Jinx can give me an intellect check with a boon.
You're saying I have a bane? Does my medicine come in at this wall?
No, sorry, I meant the boon.
Ew, excellent. That's for my medicine, right?
Yes.
Can I add in, since I get the one per turn anyway, can I add that in just because my rolls have been that bad?
You sure can.
Of course! Now I roll the 19. So I roll a 23.
So yeah, you managed to get up to Thagor, and as you're like close to him, you can tell like his pulse is racing. His breathing is like his strong, but kind of strong but ragged at the same time, and you can tell that the only reason he is not down is because of whatever magic Ruth has coursing through his body. And you managed to kind of like, stop him out of it. A little bit of smelling salts under him, basically bring him down under that threshold.
Okay.
Uh, that was everybody. The Baron. What's the Baron? The Baron. The Baron's going to go over to here. And I am going to need Thagor and Bismarck. Give me willpower checks with one mate. And willpower check one Bane from Bismarck.
Bismarck's away from his keyboard for the moment. Oh,
Come
there
back.
he is.
Okay, I need you to give me a willpower roll with one bane.
She
That
just
sounds
started
terrible.
back on.
Willpower, one bane. That could have
And
been
she's not
better.
gonna leave.
So both Bismarck and Thagor, you can hear the baying of hounds, and you can sense that the hunt is on. You are frightened for a number of rounds equal to your new insanity.
Did we gain one?
You do gain one.
So 2 rounds for me.
So
So you must use an action to move at full speed away from the Baron every round that you can see him. Since you cannot currently see him, that's not an issue.
the answer is weird.
But he uses a triggered action on his turn to materialize.
Of course he does.
Thagor and Bismarck will need to run from him. But that is his turn. That's both his actions. End of the round, people can decide if they would like to be fast or slow.
Is he within range of my bow?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay. Double check. I suppose he would be because he's where the dog was.
All right. And Bismarck and Thagor have to use an action to run.
I'm going to use a triggered action to run if I can.
Okay.
So I'll use celerity, which lets me move
Oh, that's better.
up to my speed without triggering attack. Does that count as running?
Yes.
Okay. And then for a fast action, I will use. Actually, I'm going to use my talent, spell recovery,
Okay.
which lets me heal damage. Oh, what?
So you zip out of there with alacrity. Thagor turns to run, just sheer terror on his face, and the Baron just cuts him down with his sword.
I'm out of heal, so
Do
no,
I
not problem.
have permission?
Yeah, I can't help him.
But yes, you spell recover, so you get damage, heal damage equal to your healing rate, and regain a casting the spell of your choice.
And the spell I will take is unerring darts.
Okay. Sif.
Just going to try to shoot him.
Okay.
Am I to Bane again?
Yes.
1 or 2?
Just one.
Okay.
That is a hit, though.
Oh, excellent. $11.
All right.
It's a good hit.
So yeah, so your
normally.
your arrow strikes true. It largely passes through the Baron.
Oh, God.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be something in here that kills him.
Yeah.
'Cause he's too powerful for us.
Jinx and Ruthless.
Ruthless is going to use her other This door over here, to the north, the northeast door. Did that have a door? Was there a lock on that one too?
Again, it's like a mostly rotted door.
Well, I'll use my other flowing form. Just get through it anyway.
Okay. That looks like at one point in time it may have been like a banquet hall.
It won't let me out of this room. Thank you. Yeah, into the room. Perfect.
So, yeah,
banquet hall. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like at one point in time it was a banquet hall. There's a table here. There's some like very like faded and partially rotted chairs. There's a couple of cabinets.
We didn't see any hunting trophies or anything, right?
No.
No basement?
Nope.
Are there windows here?
Yes, there are. There.
The bear rug was the only trophy, right?
Sunlight might do it.
I don't have any sunlight.
Yeah, but if we break windows, we get sunlight.
Are they boarded up?
No, they're largely smashed out. The curtains are flaying ever so slightly in the breeze.
So there's not a lot. Is there sunlight rolling in? Like, is that something that he's recoiling from? Or?
There's some. But it doesn't seem to be affecting him at all.
Okay, so that's not a thing.
All right. But since you guys are like looking around, I'll say Bismarck and Ruth, and actually Jinx, because you grew up in a temple, can give me intellect rolls.
I'm going to give myself a little
I was
prayer
going to ask
there.
if I could do an int roll, so awesome.
Bismarck is looking for windows.
Okay. Bismarck's like, windows, sunlight, yeah. And Jinx is like, what if I can get to Thagor before he dies? And Ruth, you've passed by a couple of times now, and you notice that he hasn't moved more than 4 yards from that body.
All right, I know what I'm doing next.
Jinx, you're up.
You said it looks like Thagor is pretty messed up.
Thagor turned to run with this look of absolute panic on his face, and the Baron just cut him down like wheat.
Okay, so I thought I'd heal Thagor. Okay, yeah, I guess a move and stabilize to Thagor.
That is a intellect check with 1 boon.
I'm going to use my boon for the turn as well.
Okay. All right, Thagor is stabilized. And there is 1 use left in the healing.
Okay, that's fair because I was using it. I assume I basically used up half of it doing the surgery earlier today.
Correct.
Oh, I can agree with that.
Okay. What's up? The Baron. Oh, the Baron is going to use. He's going to attack Thorgar's willpower. Ooh, a 9. Alright, that does not work. Alright, that is the end of the round. People can decide if they would like to do fast things or slow things.
fast things.
Would I know that Thagor has a healing potion?
I imagine you'd probably be generally aware of who has healing
He and
potions
I
and who doesn't.
generally talk fairly often. We've been friends a long time.
Yep.
Okay.
I think anyone else that works in our line of work would like anybody that has a healing potion to know about it in case of this exact situation.
Exactly. It's pretty common knowledge. Like, oh, guess what I got today?
We're gonna fight the supernatural monsters. Who's got healing potions?
So Bismarck and Ruth are up on fast actions.
Go, Root. Root.
Okay, Ruth is since she's fast, she's doing casting Beast Within.
So again, the claws and the fur and the nails.
And I can't move at the same time, right?
Correct.
I just cast on myself. He's not close enough. I can use a crossbow bolt, though, right?
You can't attack and cast at the same time.
Okay, well then I'll use it next round.
Okay, perfect. Bismarck.
So, has all of us determined that he won't get away from that body, or is that just Root?
Just Ruth. The rest of you are like, huh? Windows, probably windows.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him.
Yeah, because I don't want to yell it out because then he'll know.
All right, so on air and darts, I got him back. So 7 damage.
So again, the darts slam into them. They seem to have more impact than Sif's bow did. And his eyes just kind of flare, and he glares at Bismarck.
I give him a finger with all 6 limbs.
Thagor slowly stumbles to his feet, and will he will withdraw and run. He's frightened, so he kind of throws his shield up over his head.
That's valid.
Oh, that's totally valid.
That will be Jinx and Sif.
Well, I was going to feed him his healing potion, but if he's back on his feet, that's fine.
He is mostly stumbling.
Yeah, I'm going to.
He's possessed.
What?
He's not possessed, to heal him.
Say stuff like that. Sif wouldn't know. She's going to run between Thagor and the Baron, and with shaking hands, she's going to try to shoot him again. Because she just can't accept that something out there can't be struck by a physical weapon. Is she at a Bane?
Yes.
It's almost an 18. Damn you, dice. Not that it really matters.
It's pretty bad when we're yelling at digital dice, not roll, just almost tipping the right way.
See, when this happens and I have the dice setting in Foundry, I change what my dice look like.
Fair.
Because that helps.
The green one's going to be better.
Exactly.
Right. I believe Jinx and... Did Ruthless go this turn?
Yeah, I cast that.
Right. Okay. So Jinx is up.
According to my inventory, it looks like I actually have 2 healing potions. I'd like to take one because my health is very low.
Okay.
So that means at the end of the turn, provided he doesn't mess me up. Actually, it should be the end of the turn anyway. I get back my healing rate.
Correct. There is some strategy in taking a potion proactively, so if you get knocked down, you don't die.
That
Jinx
too.
is tanking.
I should not be tanking, but I apparently am. And I guess I just delete the item off my inventory.
All right. So the Baron is just gonna like beeline right for the magic user who is casting spells at him.
I have a triggered
I
action.
don't know.
Okay.
I'm going to use celerity. Which lets me move my movement rate, which is not great, but fuck that.
All right, and Sif and Jinx can both use triggered actions if they like to take a swing at the Baron as he runs by them blindly.
Absolutely would.
I
Sure,
would.
I'll
give him a
I have
prayer.
not put together that
Okay.
physical damage doesn't do much to him yet.
Still at a -1 though, right?
I'll give Sif a prayer.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, so
Now it's at 0.
that'll balance out for Sif.
Damn it!
That's the last one you got.
Yeah, don't bother wasting them on Sif. Jeez.
Come on, Sif.
It's that fucking
You do so
flag.
much damage, though.
I know. When I hit with it, it's great.
Since he's running by blindly, is there a boon for that?
Yes.
Jinx actually can do a lot of
That
damage.
would have been nice.
Only if I hit. I'm gonna try.
You get all my prayers now, Jinx. Not this time, but from here on in.
That's fair.
There we go.
Totally fair.
That will hit.
Alright, so then I add 2d6 to the roll, correct?
Correct.
You do a lot of damage.
I rolled a 3, a 2, and a 5.
Nice.
And because your attack roll was higher than 20, that triggers your other roguish thing.
Oh, yes! I can take another turn at any point before the end of the round. So basically, I can do a follow-up attack
Oh, nice.
without any boons, I'm guessing?
Correct, because you can only use trickery once around.
Right. And I kind of used the boon on him rushing by already. So, okay, that's fine. I will just do a regular attack.
Okay.
He was too swift getting running past me.
He very much so. End of the round, everybody can decide if they would like to be fast or slow.
I will be slow, but I have +2 speed now, so that helps.
The Baron will be slow because goddamn wizard keeps running around.
He's like that.
But yeah, he does seem to be focused on you, and like every time you kind of run away from him, he kind of like he smiles as he kind of chases after you. You can tell that this is what he wants. He wants to hunt something. He wants to chase something, and then he wants to kill it.
Nice character.
Yeah, well, I'm running out of spells, so he's not wrong.
Okay. All right. Bismarck is first on fast actions.
I'm the only fast action? God damn it. Well, let's magic dart him. Every bit counts.
So yeah, so the magic dart just flies off and fling into him, and bits of like ectoplasm start to flake away from him. That will bring us to Jinx, Ruthless, Sif, and Thagor.
Jinx, I'm going to give you a little prayer when you attack next.
All right. He's at range now, correct?
He is.
And prayer gives a boon.
It does.
Okay.
$14 is just a miss.
Oh. Okay. I mean, that's
I got to stop giving prayers.
So Ruthless, you still have your action, and Sif, you're up.
Sif, you want to do anything before I try?
You're muted.
Okay. What
I'll try
Ruthless
to
is?
shoot him.
Okay. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I'll try to shoot him with my bow. I'm still on a Bane, yes.
Yep.
That's much better.
It's a hit.
Oh, excellent.
All right. So again, the arrow, it does hit something and knock some of the ectoplasm away, but largely doesn't affect him. Ruthless.
Ruthless with she's got her claws and her teeth and hair, and she's going to let her roar. This is about where the skeleton is, right?
Yeah, but there.
All right. And like an angry beast, she's just going to scatter the bones in every freaking direction she can. As breaking as many as possible, including the skull if possible.
Okay.
Do I need to roll damage on the skull? I assume it's an auto hit.
No, it with your claws and everything, it's easily destroyed.
Gotta roll screams the entire time, and let's see what happens. If I'm wrong, I'm screwed. I've screwed you off. Sorry.
The Baron's turn.
No worse than we've done for ourselves.
Ah, shit, you were wrong. Thanks.
We took this job after all.
The Baron is going to come screeching towards Ruth.
Hey, if he's running around, past some of us like jerks, does that mean we can spit him?
You could actually. Thagor and Sif both could, because he would have left both of their combat areas.
I will absolutely do that. And Thagor has a halberd as well,
yeah.
but with some range. Still at the -1, or is that cancelled out?
Nope, you still have that. He's going to hit Ruth for 4 damage.
Okay.
I had him for a 17.
Does he still have to do the rolls from the previous thing that I cursed him with?
Oh, yes, he would have had.
For everybody else he hurt, too. He has to take 1 damage and roll for fear.
He's actually immune to the frightened, so.
Okay, well, 1 damage for every person, every time he hits somebody.
Heads up.
I think he probably hit about 5 people since then. Because some of those are just insanity attacks. Alright. So as he runs by, Thagor lashes out but misses. He just doesn't seem to have the strength to really swing the battle axe anymore. But Sif manages to actually connect with the flail and dissipates a large portion of the ectoplasm.
Cool. Didn't expect that to work.
Nice.
But yes, whereas previously he was like focused on Bismarck and actually kind of enjoying chasing him around and hunting him. As soon as Ruth starts messing with the body, it's just like laser focus.
Yeah, and Ruth yells out like just grab some bones and pull it, and scatter it as far away from each other as possible.
It wasn't so much the scattering; it was the destroying.
Oh, okay.
Next round. Everybody can decide if they like to be fast or slow.
I'm definitely fast now.
Is Ruth standing over the body right now?
I am right in the body. I'm digging it through it like a dog's dig through a pile of bones.
Yeah.
Okay.
And snarling and drooling like one too.
Bismarck.
Ruth is now ruthless.
Yeah. Bismarck and Ruth, you guys are up.
I continue. I'm just smashing stuff, stomping it into dust, tearing it apart, freaking chewing on femurs. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Roll me a d6.
Can I give a prayer on that?
No, because it's just a d6 roll.
Ha ha!
All right. So as Ruth is basically just kind of like in a very bestial manner, just kind of like destroying this body. She like smashes the skull, and you see Sif's attacks seem to have more effect on the Baron. He seemed to be slightly more corporeal, slightly more real. And as Ruth continues to like destroy the body, he seems to become more and more and more solid. Bismarck.
Is he solid or is he getting more solid?
He seems to be becoming a more ethereal the more of the body that is destroyed. And you can see like the parts that are becoming physical or are also rapidly aging. So like as his hand becomes more solid, at first it's like a fleshy hand of like, you know, a middle-aged, slightly corpulent human, but it solidifies and then it starts to wither, and you see liver spots appear, and then the flesh start to flake.
Yeah, I think Ruth's on something. So I'm gonna send a magic dart into the body.
Okay. So again, as the body destroys, like you see, like now his arms are starting to solidify and flake, and basically it looks like he's going from like a non-corporeal spirit to a physical thing, but then aging however long he should have been dead for.
Like the Indiana Jones Last Crusade, that whole scene.
Exactly like that.
I think and Ruth figured it out. It's just kill the bones.
Thagor should be good at that.
So he is going to lash out at Ruth with his whip for 3 damage. You notice he doesn't seem to have the strength to actually wield his sword as he starts to become more solid and like decrepit. Jinx, Sif, and Thagor are up.
Thagor would like to know if any of the bones are scattered near us.
No.
Okay.
If you've been
Not
moving,
quite
if you're moving
smart.
slow, you can move right up there and start working on it, right?
Yes, that's the plan.
Yep. But yeah. So Thagor moves up and starts like just like using his axe and his shield to destroy some of the bones.
Sif will go up and start doing the same with her flail.
Okay.
So did it look like the physical strikes on him were still actually having an effect, or it's really just all the bones?
No, it does. The physical attacks on him were having some effect. Just reduced significantly because of his non-corporeal status.
Right. Okay.
And I'm making him
so-
corporeal.
Right. That because I knew he was being made corporeal. That was part of the question. Okay. So really, it sounds like the bone party. If I can move to where the bones are, which I guess is where everyone is on the map, I'm right there. I'm on a slow action.
Yep, you can.
I don't even know if I need to move. I will. I guess strike at them. God damn, I'm gonna have to resharpen my sword after this, but it is metal, and I can thwack some bones.
They're quite brittle. He's been dead a long time.
They are very big. So yes, so as you guys are like destroying these bones, like I said, he starts to become more and more real. But as he becomes corporeal again, he starts to age rapidly, and it gets to the point where, like, as soon as something becomes corporeal, it instantly ages, and it just seems to accelerate and accelerate as you destroy more and more of the body, until he just basically just falls to ash.
Ruth is still a little bit of berserker here, and she just scatters the ashes too.
If there's when it's safe to approach, because obviously Ruthless is in bestial mode. Whatever fragments of bone are left, definitely would like to actually fully burn them.
Good idea. Ruth comes down pretty quickly once the bones are toast and the ash is gone.
And yes, as he falls into ash, you hear the baying of hounds again, but these sound like different hounds. Hounds that Ruth, you recognize those hounds.
Okay, I give a little howl back.
Sif grabs her bow.
It's fine, Sif. They're the Horn Kings. They're the Horns King sounds.
And
Oh. Okay.
as the sun comes up on the horizon, it is quiet. It's peaceful. It is very much unlike the island that you came to a couple of days ago.
Let's go get paid.
And then we'll do like a little epilogue so you guys kind of know what's happening behind the scenes. So not things that the characters know, but things that will come into play as you guys move into the expert tier. So imagine kind of like a series of like cross cuts between different locations. There's what looks like an underground grotto, a bunch of like white-fleshed, white-haired, vaguely humanoid creatures praying to this obesely pregnant toad-like creature. There's a scene of a very well-off, very rich nobility type of sitting room with a variety of people around. Some of whom Sif may recognize, actually, if she was aware of what was happening. A group of women with strange blue, like, pigment to their lips moving amongst the poor in a town. And a group of ravaging, like, violent warriors ransacking a village. But over all of it, you hear this deep, deep guttural voice seeming to speak to each group, saying the child must be found.
Oh, that brings us back to chapter 1.
It does.
If only we knew.
If only you knew. But you have successfully vanquished the spirit of Baron Storsessa and are now level 3, so you guys can decide what expert paths you would like to undertake.
We are burning this place to the ground.
Oh yeah.
Is arsonist an expert level path?
We'll send it to the village of stonemasons to knock over whatever's left. And I got to go to bed, guys. I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
Yes.
so do I.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I'll see everybody next week. Yeah. Well, not next week.
No,
I'll
you're-
see you the week
yeah.
after.
Yeah, you're away next
Yeah.
week.
I am.
And
But,
we're still on for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're good for tomorrow, but next session, Bismarck won't be here. Unfortunately, he has to go out of province. So
I'm attending a bit of a family reunion on the weekend, but my parents swear they'll get me back in time to play Conan.
Okay, cool.
all right, guys. Thanks, everyone. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Chris.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys next week or
Yep.
week after.
Right.
Have a good night, folks.
Good night.
Thank you. This has been a lot of fun.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us.
So close to being dead.
But that's the trick, is to get you guys close to death.
Close, but not quite.
My roles were split between as bad as last game and actually functional or reasonable.
Yeah, you didn't have any middle ground there. It was either awesome success or dismal failure. Alrighty. Well, have a good night, and we'll see everybody next time.
Good night.
Night.